Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NY. This is a special invitation for you to attend with Juneteenth NY. We're thrilled to announce that this year's celebration promises to be bigger and better experience filled with a wide array of exciting performances, delightful vendors, mouth-watering food trucks and vendors, an exclusive fashion show, a rally. We've got you for all ages. We'll be featuring a dedicated kid zone so that your young ones can join in on the fun. So why wait? Grab your free tickets. Yes, free. It doesn't cost anything, but we do need you to register so that we can the weekend. So we look forward for you to go to our website at www.juneteenthny.com, or you can go to our Instagram at JuneteenthNY, like us, follow us, engage with our page. We'd love to see you participating. It warms my heart. Trust me, it does. And then go to our link tree and you'll get a direct link to register. This will be a monumental occasion. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you and have a good one.
Hallelujah. Let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for this day. Father, Lord, we thank you and we usher in the Holy Spirit, and we just praise Jesus for this opportunity. Thank you, Lord, for allowing us to commemorate the Juneteenth 2023 summit. Father, Lord, thank you for everything that you've done and everything that you're doing in advance. Father, Lord, we just praise your holy name. Father, Lord, we pray for the land. We pray for Gershwin Linden Park. We pray for Prospect Park, and we pray for this virtual experience. Father, Lord, you said it in your word in 2 Corinthians 7:14, that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. In the name of Jesus, we just dedicate this virtual experience. We dedicate the parks to you, Father, Lord, and we pray that you go before us. And Father, Lord, we pray that you just heal the land. Father, Lord, remove anything that's not supposed to be there, any weird, anything bad spirits, Father, Lord. We just pray that you just remove it in Jesus' mighty name. And I pray that that land will be holy ground. Even today in the virtual experience, I pray that there will be no issues with technology.
So, pour libation.
Have made opportunities for us, I pray that you bless them and let them have an overflow in Jesus' mighty name. Father Lord, I pray for the success of this event. Father Lord, I pray for people to be talking about this event for years to come. Oh God, I pray that people come and they enjoy themselves. I pray for unity in our communities, Father Lord. I pray for peace. I pray for your love. I pray for the peace that surpasses all understanding. And Father Lord, I pray, Father Lord, that everyone will have a wonderful time. It will be an amazing turnout in Jesus' mighty name. And I pray for healing. Father Lord, I pray that people will come together and they will want more peace in Jesus' mighty name. I lift up Juneteenth 2023 to you, and I say, have your way, Lord God. We surrender it to you, and we just praise your holy name for the opportunity, Father Lord, from us to be able to sell, for us to be able to come together, sing, dance, motivate each other. I pray that children will be inspired, women will be inspired, men will be inspired to start their own businesses. I pray that people will be loved, families will come, they will bring their family, and Father Lord, I pray that everything will just work out perfectly. In Jesus' mighty name, have your way. Amen. Hallelujah.
As I am going to bless us with an ancestral call. I'm going to ask our ancestors. I'm going to read a little something. I'm going to show you a picture of my altar space. And I'm going to pour little libations for our ancestors. And I'm going to ask that you all drop names of your ancestors in the chat box if you like, just to speak in their energy, to bring their energy into the space, to cover us along with the blessings that are brought from the Most High. So, pour libation. Pour libation for your father and mother who rest in the valley of the dead. Do not forget, do this even when you are away from home. For as you do for your parents, your children will do for you also. And that is from a papyrus of Annie dating around the 13th century BC in ancient Egypt. So it's a Kemetic verse. And from ancient times, African traditions like Vodou have revered God, spirited nature, and their ancestors by offering libations. Libation is defined as an amount of alcoholic drink. We've seen people pour out a little something on the sidewalk or crack it open 40s and stuff. And that's considered libations. And water poured in honor of a god or a dead relation. So for today, I am going to ring my bells, activate energies, spirits from the Most High. To pour some water into the plant here. And as I pour water into the plant, I'm speak the names of my ancestors that I lost last year. We're coming out of such a time, a transitional time, and I'm gonna honor my ancestors. Nana, Aunt Hattie, Aunt Louise, others that I lost before that. Rika, forever lives. Kevin, Uncle Reggie. Please drop your names. Everyone drop your names. Allow our ancestors to cover us today. Pouring the water back into the plant is like watering the earth. It's setting intention, allowing the blessings from my ancestors to root in this day and cover us as we move through all the shares, as we move through knowledge that is going to be passed, folks that have it and are willing to give it. Thank you for joining us on this day as we open up annual Juneteenth celebration by emotional events. As Dr. Samuel said, cover society and was created all of this fruit to allow us to grow. Thank you. Ashe. Thank you all for that moment.
Till earth and heaven ring of liberty, listening skies, let it resound like earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day. March on till victory.
(1865). General Orders Number 3. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor. The freed men are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness, either there or elsewhere. By order of Major General Granger, F.W. Emory, Major A.A. General.
As the second Black mayor of New York City, I'm here to say it is time for all New Yorkers to reclaim what is ours. Black history is American history. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol of the American dream. This statue was built to commemorate the end of slavery, and at her feet lie broken shackles. But by the time it was finished, even Black newspapers railed against it. There was a break, they said, between the freedom that America promised and the lived reality of Black Americans. That break is central to where we are today and to the story of Juneteenth. Although the Emancipation Proclamation declared the end of slavery in 1863, it couldn't be enforced in areas still under Confederate control. And it wasn't until June 19th, 1865, when Union troops marched into Galveston Bay, Texas, that the state's 250,000 Black Americans were freed. That was the day when promises and reality converged. That was the day that Black Americans will celebrate as Juneteenth. It is a day that all New Yorkers and all Americans should be proud to honor. And now, for the first time ever, we mark Juneteenth as a paid New York City holiday. This is something I have long fought for, to honor my ancestors' legacy. This Juneteenth, I hope all New Yorkers will join with me to celebrate the freedom Black Americans waited too long for. Let us remember the countless contributions of Black Americans to our country, celebrate what we have achieved together, and rededicate ourselves to building a stronger, more equitable nation.
One day, while hiding in the kitchen, Charlotte Brooks overheard a life-changing secret. At the age of 17, she'd been separated from her family and taken to William Nealon's Texas plantation. There, she was made to do housework at the violent whims of her enslavers. On that fateful day, she learned that slavery had recently been abolished, but Nealon conspired to keep this a secret from those he enslaved. Hearing this, Brooks stepped out of her hiding spot, proclaimed her freedom, spread the news throughout the plantation, and ran. That night, she returned for her daughter, Tempe. And before Nealon's spiteful bullets could find them, they were gone for good. For more than 2 centuries, slavery defined what would become the United States. From its past as the 13 British colonies to its growth as an independent country. Slavery fueled its cotton industry and made it a leading economic power. 10 of the first 12 presidents enslaved people. And when U.S. chattel slavery finally ended, it was a long and uneven process. Enslaved people resisted from the beginning by escaping, breaking tools, staging rebellions, and more. During the American Revolution, Vermont and Massachusetts abolished slavery, while several states took steps towards gradual abolition. In 1808, federal law banned the import of enslaved African people, but it allowed the slave trade to continue domestically. Approximately 4 million people were enslaved in the U.S. when Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860. Lincoln opposed slavery, and though he had no plans to outlaw it, his election caused panic in southern states, which began withdrawing from the Union. They vowed to uphold slavery and formed the Confederacy, triggering the start of the American Civil War. A year into the conflict, Lincoln abolished slavery in Washington, D.C., legally freeing more than 3,000 people. And 5 months later, he announced the Emancipation Proclamation. It promised freedom to the 3.5 million people enslaved in Confederate states. But it would only be fulfilled if the rebelling states didn't rejoin the Union by January 1st, 1863. and it bore no mention of the roughly 500,000 people in bondage in the border states of Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri that hadn't seceded. When the Confederacy refused to surrender, Union soldiers began announcing emancipation. But many southern areas remained under Confederate control, making it impossible to actually implement abolition throughout the South. The war raged on for 2 more years, and on January 31st, 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment. It promised to end slavery throughout the U.S., except as punishment for a crime. But to go into effect, 27 states would have to ratify it first. Meanwhile, the Civil War virtually ended with the surrender of Confederate General Robert E. Lee on April 9, 1865. But although slavery was technically illegal in all southern states, it still persisted in the last bastions of the Confederacy. There, enslavers like Neyland continued to evade abolition until forced. This was also the case when Union General Gordon Granger marched his troops into Galveston, Texas on June 19th and announced that all enslaved people there were officially free and had been for more than 2 years. Still, at this point, people remained legally enslaved in the border states. It wasn't until more than 5 months later, on December 6, 1865, that the 13th Amendment was finally ratified. This formally ended chattel slavery in the U.S. Because official emancipation was a staggered process, people in different places commemorated it on different dates. Those in Galveston, Texas, began celebrating Juneteenth, a combination of June and 19th, on the very first anniversary of General Granger's announcement. Over time, smaller Juneteenth gatherings gave way to large parades, and the tradition eventually became the most widespread of emancipation celebrations. But while chattel slavery had officially ended, racial inequality, oppression, and terror had not. Celebrating emancipation was itself an act of continued resistance, and it wasn't until 2021 that Juneteenth became a federal holiday. Today, Juneteenth holds profound significance as a celebration of the demise of slavery, the righteous pursuit of true freedom for all, and a continued pledge to remember the past and dream the future. People resisted slavery in the U.S. as long as it persisted. Uncover the story of those who escaped slavery and created a secret society in the Great Dismal Swamp with this video, or learn about the incredible courage of Harriet Tubman with this video.
All right, everyone. Welcome to our full day of programming. I hope that you enjoyed our welcome and introduction by our CEO and founder, Athena Rodney, our prayer by Aurea Perez, the libations, the Black National Anthem, the general order and response. Now, I'm going to give you just a little overview of what you'll be seeing in today's programming. So we have the Dows Decoded, the evolution of cooperative economics. It'll then be followed up by Mastering the Game of Money, which will be hosted by our Visa sponsor. Later after that, we'll have the 4 financial languages. We have From Numbers to Numbers, an introduction to numerology. We'll also have Words and Wombs Create Worlds, the Black maternal health crisis. We'll have our sponsor Live On NY here with us today, as well as a conversation about mental health and suicide prevention by Dr. Donna Barnes. And then we'll also have a conversation on reparations and what that can look like. There's also caring for the caregiver, and we will also be celebrating 50 years of hip hop. So I hope that you will stay with us the whole day. If not, please come back, watch, rewatch, share, and please subscribe to our page if you aren't already. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the programming.
Hey, community. Hey. How's everybody out there doing today? You know, as we've been doing all day, having these great talks, teaching you guys about things that you may know something about, things you may not have any idea about. I'm gonna share that right now we're about to go into something that I definitely don't have a lot of knowledge about. It's something that I'm definitely interested in and super excited to have one of my sisters here talking about this today. So Angela Doyle is here with us today. We're gonna be talking about the evolution of cooperative economics. I'm not gonna go any further than that. I'm gonna let her take over and share exactly what she's here to teach us today.
Hey, awesome. I am so thankful and excited to be with our tribe today. Just sharing about, the future, right? Things that we can think about and prepare for, and how we can all unite and collaborate and join together to really manifest and create the world and the future that we desire for ourselves and our future generations. So yes, today we're going to talk about DAOs, decoded. What is a DAO? And the future of cooperative practice. Let's start out, we can go to the next slide. Let's start out with really just talking about co-ops, right? And I think that's something that our community, we're a bit familiar with, right? Like we got food co-ops, housing co-ops, right? But what is a cooperative practice or cooperative enterprise? According to the International Cooperative Alliance, it is an autonomous association of persons who come together voluntarily, who unite based on a common economic, social, or cultural need. And they have aspirations to jointly own and democratically control that enterprise. And so like we see this with food co-ops, right? You got multiple farmers coming together, pooling their resources to then sell out en masse. Or you have folks coming together to pool their resources to buy multi-unit housing development. And we all own a piece of that property, right? So we're familiar with cooperative practice. But what does this look like in the future? So we're in this world, some of you guys may have heard about Web3. We all have heard cryptocurrency, but what does this really mean, right? A DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. And if you Google it, it is a blockchain governed organization that is collectively owned and managed by its members. DAOs are vehicles for a collective group of people to advance cooperative economics and collaboratively accumulate wealth through decentralization and community. So I know I've said a lot of terms and words there, but what this really looks like is, I mentioned like, what is a co-op? It's a group of people who come together, pool our resources, and we own something together. How that evolves in this world of technology, as we know that technology is being developed in such a rapid speed. Some are saying that it's going to quote unquote replace human interactions and all these other things that I personally don't believe to be true. But it's a matter of how are we incorporating this new world of technology into some of our, traditional practices of business and just ways of being and living amongst one another. And so within cooperative economics, and within also, we're going to talk more about DAOs in a minute, decentralized autonomous organizations, that's essentially a cooperative, right? We share our resources, we co-create together for the mission and the purpose of building collective wealth. We have shared responsibilities. We share the profits that are generated through our collective efforts. And there's a sense of connectivity and a civic governing infrastructure, right? So if you're a part of a co-op, or if you may be familiar with how co-ops work, traditionally, there's an administrative person or administrative team who just keeps all the record keeping and keeps all the And with co-ops, there's a voting mechanism. Everybody has a vote who has contributed to the effort. It's very, very democratically involved. What a DAO is, a decentralized autonomous organization, it puts those governance and those administrative processes in technology, in what we call the blockchain, through something called smart contracts. Again, I know it's a lot of jargon, doesn't mean anything right now, but basically what this means is that we can design our own economic ecosystem and utilize technology to hold records. It's secure data and record keeping to vote. We can vote directly through a large group of people. That is what the purpose of a decentralized autonomous organization looks like. And then we can get into, what that might mean for cryptocurrency tokens and all those other things. But at the core of it, this is an opportunity for us as a tribe to collectively build our resources, join forces together, and have a mission and a goal and work on projects and things like that together, with an overlay of technology that supports us to be able to be more efficient, to be able to do more in a way in which we're able to really see our resources multiply collectively and together. So I just want to pause there, Jamie, and get your thoughts and questions.
Perfect. I'm like, because I hear so much in that. I'm like, and it's just so valuable that there's groups of people out here doing this work, and the Zawadis and the Alicias and the Mel, they were in my cluster when they were actually still like really going heavy in this work, and to see how their understanding and knowledge and what they're able to grow for themselves is super inspiring. So for one, I'm a person that actually sees this working and happening, but I'm also one of those who has my own level of story or fear, or, and again, we had a little convo before we dived in, and I went to a place of comparing it to numbers, and you clearly made it very quickly, let my little girl know that it has nothing to do with the numbers, and that it's really about the education of it. And that's what I'm hearing right now. So what I picked up on while you were sharing, I'm like, there's so many more of these type of situations than we think we know. So when you explained the DAO, I'm thinking to myself, I know down here where I live, I just shared something with my son the other day where you could join like these group of real estate owners that you could join for a minimum of $100. And for some of us out here that have no investments or have nothing that you've started in your portfolio, it's a beautiful place that it's a beautiful thing that these DAOs exist, and that they are so much more than just a food bank, that they're more than just the buildings that we live in the neighborhood and community we reside in, that it actually goes to, I'm thinking down here, there are chef's kitchens where chefs can come in and rent spaces. So this really happens in so many more places than we are aware of. But I'm thinking of the value and how much value it brings to the small business person, or the early, and I'm thinking with what you're about to really dive into is that this is for the small investor that really doesn't understand, like the way you're explaining it. I'm starting to build. You may think it's a lot of jargon, or like a lot of jargon that you were giving me, but it wasn't. It was very clear and very clear cut, and I'm able to follow you. So with that being said, I'm going to pass it back over to you so you could take us along into the next level of this conversation. Because I really just want everybody to just be open, be here, be willing to allow your mind to expand. And if you feel any resistance in your body, kind of breathe it out and just listen, because this is something we all need to know. Because like you said, this is where our world is going.
It is. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. And so you noticed some of our sisters, we have come together to form Disruptor DAO. We are disrupting the wealth gap for Black and Brown women and communities by strengthening our mindsets and providing opportunities for us to increase our knowledge and wealth building opportunities. And so our mission is to accelerate wealth opportunities for Black and brown women by advancing education and investment in disruptive technologies. And disruptive technologies could be, it could be Web3, blockchain, we've heard of the metaverse, but we're also practicing collective economics and pooling our resources together to see about opportunities to invest together collectively, right? So we have some efforts where we're really looking to do that. And so we are an inclusive community, welcoming allies and partners who are really committed to advancing wealth building opportunities for Black and brown communities across the globe. And we can go to the next slide to show you our beautiful, amazing disruptor founders team. Such an honor to be building and co-creating with these phenomenal women here. A lot of us are like healers, business women, mental health professionals, educators. And also what we are really thankful for and excited about is that we are not coders, right? Like we didn't come from a technology background. And that's a huge misconception when we think about this space of, Web3 or evolving into blockchain and cryptocurrency and all these other things, is that it's only for like the techies. Like, no, there's tremendous opportunity here for everybody. Even if you're an artist, if you have a business background, if you do yoga, all of the above, there's space for us here, and we're all represented here amongst our founding team. And so we came together right when the pandemic began, and Alicia Holmes is our advisor. And at that time, we realized that the world is shifting, and we really began to see like the disparities that exist within our communities based on what was happening around the pandemic, and a lot of the things that showed up and that time of our life highlighted. And really we're like, we're going to take control of our lives and our finances and our future, and for the future generations of our tribe, right? And so we recognize that there's a huge wealth divide and there's a huge tech divide, and our mission is to disrupt all that. And so one of the greatest things that we saw was that the median net worth for Black and brown women is only $1,700 compared to $85,700 for that of our white women counterparts. Also, projections are, Black and brown communities are on a zero net worth if current trends exist, right? And the current trends are saying that our communities are underprepared, are underskilled to take advantage of the jobs that will exist in the next 20 years. And so there are statistics out there that say that 76% of Black Americans could get shut out or be underprepared for 86% of the jobs that will exist in 2045. That's just 20 years from now. I'm still be working on it. Like, I have children, nieces and nephews. And if majority of us will be shut out of almost all of the jobs that would exist in the next 20 years, what is that really saying about how resources are being distributed to our communities, the type of education that our communities are receiving or that we're not receiving? And then we look and see others that's like, only 0.5 of leadership positions in the tech industry are represented by women of color. And we're like, we got to disrupt all of that, because if we were in more leadership positions, then maybe we could provide more jobs and more opportunities to skill our community. And so we've really been focused on what does this world look like throughout our DAO? Recognizing the problems that exist, we envision a autonomous ecosystem, meaning we are an entity, a group of individuals, businesses, organizations that can operate within ourselves. We are self-governing, right? And a tokenized economy to where we can trade resources amongst each other, and we got our little own engine going, right? And so we do that by providing education tools and resources to educate our community on what is this world that exists, what type of toolings will be present in the future, to where we need to think about upskilling ourselves and looking at what's being provided in the schools right now to help fill those gaps, right? And so from there, we're like, okay, if we can, give our community resources and tools, starting with ourselves, we're all learning in this space because it's so new and fresh. We can then start to develop projects and businesses that support the evolution in this space. So what's huge for us is that this time in the world, in the ethos right now, where we are in our journey collectively as human beings on this planet right now, is that there's a huge shift in really everything, how our lives will be literally for the next 50, 100 years. Like the future is being created. And we have the chance, like really once, I heard somebody say, this is a once in a generation opportunity for us to be creators in this space and not just consumers. And those stark shifts in how they didn't really have the opportunities to play a major role in building our own businesses, building our own industries, so that the future generations of our tribe can continue to manifest along with us. So we're providing the education, tools, and resources to build our own businesses and projects, and we are collectively investing together in each other's projects, in real estate, in understanding about investments, right? And recognizing like the power of investing together and like what that really means for net worth, so that we can continue to do impact giving to what really is at our heart around, ensuring that communities across the globe that, melanated beings that look like us have the resources and opportunities for everyone to just thrive. And so we are really also, what's at the core of our work is having network to where we can really just pour back into our community in abundance. And so this is our vision as our DAO. And we're super excited to just be a part of this time and space and history. And everyone can do it, like so massive and expansive. We're very excited.
I love that. I love that. So can you share a little bit about the DAO? Are people able to join? What does it look like? What
Let's go. We can go.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So what we do is, and I kind of just mentioned this a minute ago, is that we educate through Web3 blockchain technology, educate on Web3 and blockchain literacy and mindfulness workshops. We recognize that in our community, it's a mindset thing. It's really all of our mindset and generating mindset for wealth building, recognizing that historical traumas have blocked that, right? Within our communities. And so we're shifting mindsets, we're shifting paradigms to be able to really understand why this is important. And from there, we are, providing resources and trainings to really see, how do we transition our businesses from Web 2 to Web 3? What does it look like to build in this space, literally building? And also, what does it look like to invest? Like, we've been collectively investing real estate and disruptive technologies through the metaverse. And as I just mentioned, like giving, and have some various efforts. We have some of our founding team has been working all across the globe, Senegal to the places in South America, France, and other places all around, really making an impact. And we want to do more. So we can go to the next slide that shows a little bit more about who we are and what we've done. We launched, it'll be a year. Wow, it'll be a year in June, next month. We had our launch event in Brooklyn. So majority of our tribe is in New York, specifically in Brooklyn. We are in Brooklyn. And since then, roughly 5,000 women, and with our partner Journey to Wealth, through Alicia Holmes' Journey to Wealth, roughly 5,000 women have calculated their net worth for the first time. And this is super important because understanding net worth helps us to understand our like how wealth is created, right? We've pushed past our fears and folks have invested in cryptocurrency. And we also created some dApps, some technologies. And so we had two teams, Disruptor DAO, we had two teams to participate in our first ever hackathon. And like a hackathon is when you have a problem that you have to solve and a window of time that you have to solve it, and you have to create a technology to solve this problem. And we won. Won first place. One of our teams won first place, and then one of our teams won third place. To build on one of the major cryptocurrency blockchain platforms. And so we're really excited about that. And then we've also had mental health and well-being lifestyle coaching sessions as well, as we know that like our mental health is so important to our overall well-being. And so we are on this path, and this is what we're about. And to connect with us, we're on all the social media channels, LinkedIn, Facebook. No, we're actually not on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, Disruptor DAO. And so what I wanted to just kind to also hear from you, Jamie, and then from the audience here is like, we are, manifesting collective practice, cooperative practice, and collective practice is really it's really our future, right? It's like, and in a lot of spaces, especially one of the things that has come out of the time, that has come out of the pandemic, I should say, is that we all recognize more than ever the power and importance for us to work together. And for us to collectively, work and move within our tribe, which, by the way, is not ancient or foreign to us as a people, right? And as melanated people, we invented cooperative practice. Like we were operating like this for centuries. And then, things shifted when the colonial approach came in. But, we recognize that we must get back to those core principles for the future generations of our tribe. And so in thinking about that, we're like, what problem are we solving? What is our purpose and our why? Who is our tribe? And what moves us, right? Like, what's the passion that moves us? So this is our engine, and this is how we connect.
Well, so I'll start with sharing, just to mention that you guys definitely do a great job with Journey to Wealth. So with Journey to Wealth, I have participated, and it definitely, and with the support of Evelyn, who is their mental health provider or person who will work with you if you reach any challenges or hit any blockages or anything like that, or have any triggers, which I definitely had many triggers. And I was one of those 5,000 plus women who had actually really looked at their net worth in a structured way. And it was very gut punching. It was super gut punching to see where I am a part of that net worth of the us versus them. So, but with the way that the program is structured, I was super supported. And it actually allowed me to move to this place that I'm in now of being inquisitive about these things. And instead of shutting down when I hear the conversations or going to that fear place, I now, after doing that, what were we together? 4 weeks, I believe, actually, over like 4 to 6 weeks, but I think it's like 6 weeks total once you have your other conversations and unpacking and things like that with your group, with your smaller clusters. It just was a very invaluable experience. And the work that you guys are doing is amazing. So when I think of being a part of something that is manifesting collective practices, I think of how many different groups I'm in and how I'm happy that it's rolling around to the financial now. I've had the healing, I've had the artist collectives, I have my healing collectives, I have even my ratchet collectives to have my fun and let loose, but I did not have the financial collective. So it's like super dope to know that there is a group of women out here making this happen and having it even be possible, and with the energy of disrupting, which is something that as women, I'm constantly supporting women in releasing apologies and being apologetic. So along with that word that we've started to embrace, being unapologetic at whatever it is, at whoever it is that we are, disrupting is something that goes along with it as well. And it's how we dismantle what doesn't work in this society. So I'm so grateful for you ladies and all the work that you're doing out there. I would think that I would want to ask, as we're starting to wrap up, like, what are some of the challenges that you see that are most of like the challenges and the myths that are in our community that need to be debunked so that people can actually, because I know I did my work to debunk my stuff, but being that you do this with massive women, you probably can see the patterns and the bigger intergenerational traumas that we're carrying, just in our DNA. So could you share that for us?
Yeah. So one of the biggest, and you really touched on this already, Jamie, is the fear, right, of a couple of things like, oh, this isn't for me, or just like paying too much attention to the media. The fear around, folks are putting a lot of emphasis on cryptocurrency, when that was probably, I don't know, maybe I've said it twice during this session, right? That's not the main thing here, right? It's about byproduct. And there are ways in which, this technology supports, and really all cryptocurrency is the way in which we can share resources, right, amongst each other. It's like any other currency, it's an asset, right? And we talk about that in our workshops and our opportunities to receive education. But the greatest thing is the mindset piece, like the doubtful thoughts of the mindset. And I want to actually go to the next slide and ask you this question. And on the next piece is like, what's your vision for collective economics too, right? Because I feel as though, to your question of what's the biggest barrier, it's the vision piece. We're not able to really see and envision because our mindset is blocked by, oh, I don't have enough money to do that. Or, oh, I don't have enough time to do that. Or I don't, whatever. Oh, my world is abundant. Anything that one can desire shall be, right? So how do we co-create our lives in order to align with what our vision might be, right? And recognize it. And also too, I think a lot of the limiting beliefs comes from us thinking that we have to do everything by ourselves and that we have to be in control of everything all the time. But as you pointed out, and as that, the collage of those beautiful ladies showed, is that we are a whole tribe, and everybody has their role, and people, we step in. We are a community. We are a collective. We are there for one another. We are sisters. Do you understand? Like we are really, really, really true sisters. We call each other out. We love each other at the same time. So recognizing that we are collective, I think that's the biggest barrier in that this society has created conditions of trauma that invite us to be separate, that don't necessarily invite us to be collaborative and collective. Whereas we know that by those mindsets and those energies of feeling like we're alone, and that we have to do this by ourselves. And because my net worth isn't what it should, folks around us to say, oh girl, you got it, we good. Mine was this too, but look, we can do this together and we can achieve this goal together. And so I'm thankful to having this conversation with you, as we both have been there and with working with Journey to Wealth, working with Evelyn. And so I would love to, continue in that vein, but that's the biggest thing. Overcoming the mindset, overcoming the doubt or fear or any negating thoughts. Just remember, they're not real. It's false evidence appearing real. It's not real.
I love that, because I'm like, you really just encompassed everything that's moving around in my brain right now. Because I'm like, I don't necessarily even have a vision for collective economics outside of the smaller incubators that I'm a part of, but not necessarily seeing it, like you said, in that long-term, bigger, broader vision, being that we live in this world where the statistics are so far off and the economic disparities are so far off. Sometimes I do believe that is probably the hugest block. It's not even the fear for me, or for me, I can say it's not the fear. It's really that like limiting scope. Energy of lack, which is something that I'm working on transforming right now, because, if you are a person like me that believes in manifestation or believes that we can have what we want, you can't believe that you can't have what you want to get what you want. It doesn't work. They kind of negate each other and you end up in the same cycle. So I'm very, very clear on that. And that's the point that I'm at. That's, again, why I was so excited about this conversation. And I hope that the rest of our community out there is in a very similar place as well, that we are not allowing the conversations around AI, that we're not allowing the conversations around things that we're ignorant to shut us down and keep us shut out, because that's what'll happen. If we stay shut down, we'll be shut out. And we've had enough of that at this point in our lives. Like, it's so much that we can do out there outside of being performers, athletes, that can actually attain us wealth. And I think that because we come from a country that focuses so much on our lack of, their lack of value for us, and only seeing us in those roles and letting us go so far in those roles, it is time for us to disrupt that and to start becoming and because I am open and I pay attention, there are people out there, folks. There are people out there making moves in real estate, making that look like us, making moves in tech. Yes, it is still a very small, minimal number, which is why it is so important for us to be parts of these type of conversations and to dive in.
Yeah.
Find the groups
For
that you
sure.
can dive in for $50. Find the groups that you know, there are groups. And I think that's also that thing, like you said, when we look at what we don't have. When you look at what you don't have, you're not looking at what you actually have and can actually see where it can work and where it can fit, because there's scales for everything and everybody.
No, and I'm glad you brought that out as well, because even within the, just say, sports and entertainment space, as we traditionally know it, there's so much opportunity in the digital world as well. And it's important for us to pay attention to what, like, the future of music, the future of entertainment, the future of movies will look like, because that's what's being created right now, right? Even though we may not see it tangibly, you know, within the next like 3 to 5 years or something like that, we want to get into now. So if you are a songstress or an artist of whatever your gift is, look at the future of it now, because all these technologies are being created, AI, blockchain, metaverse, all these current technologies are being developed for the future of essentially entertainment, right? Because we all know that, like, that's how people still gonna make money, is entertainment. But we want to be on the side where we are building it and creating it, and we're not just consuming it or being, quite frankly, pimped out to be a part of it.
You know what comes up for me, because I just want to tie this in for the community, just in case folks are not really following where we're going with this. What just popped in my mind is, I'm like, yeah, could you imagine us folks that have seen 8 tracks to records to CDs to now streaming?
Exactly.
That's an example right there. If you
That's
think
where we
about
are.
COVID, when we could not go to the movie theater anymore, prior to COVID, you didn't see a newly released movie unless you were jacking it from the internet or something. You had to wait until it was released to the networks and to whatever service that was going to air it. Now you can actually buy your movie and sit at home and have your movie theater at home. You don't even have to go to the movie theater anymore. So just, we so much in our society are so right where we are right now that we don't really always string together the past to see where it's going in the future. And that's all that came up for me. Those like, while you were sharing what you were sharing about where the world is going and how the opportunities exist in so many places. Again, when we don't know what we don't know, we don't pay attention sometimes.
No, for sure. And that's the piece about it, right? And that's really what we are all about within our DAO. And I can share our next slide shows where to find us. Like I said, we are on Twitter and Instagram. And also you can go to disruptordao.io to link with us and join our tribe, which is also on Telegram. So that we're out there, and we're always talking about various opportunities to connect with us and to learn more. We have some events coming up over the next month, and really, you know, some things that we're planning to do over the summer to just really talk about this. It's like, what is going on, world? And even some of the things that you don't even think about. Like, I was a part of a AI workshop boot camp this past Saturday, and there was a woman there who was in the healthcare profession, and she was like, you know, how would this apply to my life? I'm a nurse, you know, it's right. And so what we don't recognize is that a lot technology is replacing functions of jobs, right? But there has to be a human being person to tell the technology what to do, right? The technology just doesn't know what to do out of the blue. We have to feed it information, right? And so they were like, well, you know, you're a nurse, right? Think about all the things that it takes for you to do your job. Imagine having an AI or like a little, you know, an assistant person that's AI to help you do that job. That assistant person does not exist right now, but yet you know in your mind what you need. So there's something called a prompt engineer. And a prompt engineer is a real role that they start out paying like six figures, because they need human beings to tell the AI what to do. Right. And that's a part of what's going to be the future for every job, right? No matter what you do, somebody is still gonna have to program these things, and they're gonna need humans to do it. So even no matter what you do, we have to remember that we are divinely creative beings, and that we have the power to create. And so that's really what I love so much about this space of Web3 and this like literally time that we are living in, is that it allows us the opportunity to literally create whatever it is that we ever desire, because that's what's happening. Like anything that we could imagine is being created, and through technology and through things like the metaverse, it will literally blow your mind. All the sci-fi movies that we be looking at and it's like, oh, that's the future. No, it's happening right now.
I was just getting ready to see so many of them that you can look back and tie, like maybe not the whole entire movie, but you can see this little piece and that little piece, and it's definitely happening. And I guess what came up for me is also, so I'm always about trying to catch people in their stories and like turning it back the other way, because we have to change the narratives that are in our mind, those mind movies that play over and over and over again, that's stop and block us. And what was coming up for me is like many things, people will do good and bad with it, but you should not allow it to keep you away from something. So what came up for me, I don't know if you've seen the conversation with Ice Cube. He's a little bit upset and he's threatening to sue people that are using his voice to create this new AI music that is now being generated. So there are things that can be a little scary, folks, but please, please, please do not let it scare you to the fact that, again, that we get shut out, that you're shut out, that you're shut down, shut out, and left behind. We don't want to be left behind. There is good in everything. And this is what the Disruptor DAO is here for, to teach us about the good, to teach us about the gaining, the growth and expansion that we could have for ourselves, for our families, for legacy, for everything. Could you imagine if our generations, if us folks from and I'm sure that panel of women were women that were from probably their 20s to, I'm not even going to go as far, probably 60s, 70s, possibly, I'm thinking. And the value that it is in that, the more you ladies are learning to expose us, to expand us, the opportunities that we have are so endless in this world, endless possibilities, Angela. And would you take these last few moments to wrap up and let the community know what you would really like them to walk away with today? What are your key points that you want them to take away?
My key points are that there's so much abundance, right? Like there's so much abundance. Like it will blow your mind. Like how much, like how abundant the world is, how abundant we are, especially when we begin to look at who is in our tribe. So I want to go back a minute and to what you were saying about your vision for collective economics. Think about your tribe, right? Your vision for when, just imagine your perfect day. Like from the moment you open your eyes, so when you close them again at the end of the day, what are you doing without any boundaries, without any fears, without any limits, without any blocks? What are you doing? Who are you doing it with? That's your collective tribe. How are you moving about in the world? All of the things, right? And let's manifest that. Because it's right there, it's tangible, it can happen right here, right now. All we gotta do is put together a plan, see who we need in our tribe, see what assets, see who we got already, and be like, okay, who else do we need to manifest and welcome into our tribe, and we can just do it. And so with the tools and resources and with the opportunity that the future now presents, I want everybody to walk away feeling that you're limitless, because we really truly are. We are abundant, and it is well. And to join us, connect with us, be with us. Disruptor DAO. We're on all the social media channels. We're plugged into the Woo community. You'll see us there soon. Journey to Wealth is our sister group that we birthed out of. So we are a tribe. We are a tribe, and so very, very excited and grateful to connect with y'all today.
Ashe. And Angela, my last question for you before you go today. is, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
Juneteenth means exactly what it is that we spoke about today. How do we continue to liberate ourselves and the future generations of our tribe collectively, right? Recognizing that we are a tribe and we have to stick together. We have to work together, right? We have to share together. We have to, pool our resources together. Like, that's all the Juneteenth is. So, like, how do we do this together so that we can continue to rise and thrive and liberate and provide a prosperous and harmonious world for the future generations of our tribe?
Ashe and amen. And with that, we will be closing out this segment of our show for today. Thank you for being with us, and see you next segment.
Thanks.
Up next, we have Steve Riddick. He is here holding space for one of our sponsors, which is Visa, and he's here to talk about mastering the game of money. So if you folks are looking to master your money, sit back, relax, and enjoy this segment.
Well, welcome to this Juneteenth presentation. My name is Christina Rivers, and I am so happy to be here. View today, mastering the game of money. And I spent it for almost 20 years. I am an account development executive here at Visa, and I'm also a professional development coach on the side. I own a very small business in skincare, and I am a mom of 2 children. And I'm really excited today because we have a special guest, a VP in our organization named Steve Riddick, and I'm going to introduce him, and he'll tell you a little bit on himself.
I appreciate it, Christina. Hello, everyone. I am excited to be here as well. Been with Visa for about 3.5 years. So pretty lovely. And all of us know the name of Visa if you have a credit card, debit card, whatever the case may be. So it's pretty cool to be a part of it. Likewise, small business owner, do some real estate, do some financial services on the side, things like that. Speaker, writer, coach. But I think the biggest thing and the biggest reason that I think that we're here is this. At the end of the day, I'm a student and a coach of the game of money. And Christina, to me, the game of money, if you don't know the game of money, understand the game of money, and play the game of money by default, you will get behind. And that's what this thing is all about, as we master the game of money.
Awesome.
So
I'm excited about this.
I guess let's start out. So let me ask you this. Christina, you tell me this. It's the two of us here right now. What do you see when you see this guy right here?
First of all, I think that's someone famous, but you'll let us know who that is later. However,
Maybe.
I think that he looks like a bum in New York City. I mean, someone who might not have a home, but I mean, his scarf is pretty nice, but he doesn't look as kept as most of the people. And he has his food in his hand, and I'm not sure if he's homeless or he has a home, but he's sitting around in the city.
And let me ask you this. Assuming that he's a bum, what do you think about the power and the influence that he has in our sort of society?
Yeah, if I financial advice, I don't think I would ask him street. He's very unassuming, but I don't know about the power he would have or influence over me.
Agreed. Or in general. I mean, the reality is someone that looks like that, it's probably not going to the Capitol to talk to the senators, to talk to the House of members, to try to get something done. Like, when you see him, you just kind of assume he's devoid of power. You assume that he can't really, I mean, he could barely control his own life, let alone influence the lives of others. So let me, what about now? Now what do you see?
Well, I see that home in the back is something I would want. It looks like he could be with Obama. He can, be at an event, and if he has choice because he's looking really good in a suit, I might listen to him because he looks very well kept.
Absolutely. And that's kind of key is as you're looking at the two people, and you're right, this person. This is the guy from Pretty Money, the one that comes on the lean with Julia Roberts and is giving her the flowers, Richard Gere. Exactly. So I mean he's and the actually playing a homeless person, but the reality is in the society that we're in, a capitalistic society, when people see someone that is without, they assume the person is unintelligent, the person doesn't have wisdom, the person doesn't have power, the person doesn't have influence, because this is a society where money is king. That's just the reality. Cash is king. Those who have it, they reign, and those who don't get rained upon. That's just the reality. So that's what we want to get into today, because like we've heard this before, that money is power. And I'm saying, no. Money really in and of itself is not power. There's a lot of people that have a lot of money and really you don't hear about them. You don't know what's going on, whatever. What I would say is money in motion is power. It's your ability to be able to mobilize that money, to be able to mobilize that capital, to be able to do things with it that brings power. Think about it. It's not that those and Steve Jobs when he was alive and all those and Warren Buffett, it's not that they have power really. It's that they can contribute to campaigns that give them influence over the people who have the power. It's not that CEOs of big companies have power per se. It's that they can mobilize their money in a position to be able to actually command power. And that's what I want people to see today. That's what's important in this Juneteenth presentation, is the fact that first people have to understand money in motion is power. Now, there's 5 different aspects of that particular power. The thing is, it's time. Because what money does is it gives you the ability to, get this, have more than 24 hours in a day, right? Like let's be real. Even at Visa, I have about 20, 25 people that work for me or so. So that means that typically you would assume that you have 40 hours in a week, but not me. I have 1,000 hours in the week because I have 25 people that report to me. So not only do I have my time, I have their time. I control their time. I control their focus. I control what they're supposed to be doing. So money in motion, it buys you time. Same thing, like Christina, let me ask you this. When's the last time that I see you're always completely done up? When's the last time you did your own nails or you did your own hair? Like you said
during the pandemic. That's
exactly. But it's been years. Yeah. I'm assuming that you don't get the box of just for me and go under the sink and try to do everything for you. No, your money in motion gives you that person's time to make sure that they're a convenience for you. The second thing, money gives you options. It gives you choices. It's the difference between, do you want to live in San Francisco where a 1-bedroom apartment may be $3,000 a month? Do you want to live in New York, balling like you ball, where a 1-bedroom apartment is what it is? Or do you want to live in Georgia? Or do you want to live on the streets? You could, but money gives you the choice to be able to do that. What do you want to drive? How do you want to live? What do you want to do? Money gives you options. Second thing, money in motion, it gives you health. Now this is a weird thing that people, because of course there are people that have a lot of money that are not healthy. But the reality is money gives you access to better quality of food, right? Like it's the difference between eating, I don't know, Chick-fil-A versus eating McDonald's. They're both fast food, but let's be real. If you have a diet on McDonald's, like it's not necessarily the best thing all the time versus, Chick-fil-A either, but there's options there for that. It gives you access to the gyms, access to healthcare. We were talking about this morning how both of us were getting up and getting ready and doing what we had to do to get in the gym because health is wealth. So money in motion gives you power there as well. The next thing, money gives you access. Like, let me ask you this. If you went to a Beyonce concert, do you think you're going to have better seats paying $50 for the ticket or paying $5,000 for the ticket?
Definitely $5,000. I will tell you, I will be at the Beyonce concert, and I did pay a hefty amount of money for it. Exactly. But to your point, money gave me options. The power, the motion of this money gave me the option to buy the ticket that's closer.
Absolutely. And that gives you access, because the closer you are to this, then who knows? Beyonce may come out, Queen Bee may come out off the stage. She's only gonna go to like the second row. So if you in the back, Nah, you better get the binoculars and see her bleed section. But the closer you are, the more likely you have access. Maybe you get backstage passes, all those sort of things. Money in motion gives you power. The next thing is it's influence. It's influence. Like we are. This is America is a capitalistic society, meaning we run based on capital. And so the people that have the capital, like the real golden rule, you hear it, like, people always talk about the golden rule. I grew up in church in Sunday school. You did as well. But the real golden rule is he who has the gold makes the rules. Like that's the real goal. Money in motion gives you the 5 areas, if you will. So talk to me. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so this is very interesting. The one I love the most is my time. Time is the only thing you can't get back, actually. We spend it and we can't get back. So the opportunity to make my money work for me so that I can spend more time with my kids or do things like that. I mean, it's the difference between hiring or buying, and I'll use this as a real example, buying a dishwasher. Let me tell you, I was able to buy a dishwasher and I get the time from washing the dishes back to me, right? And the dishwasher costs $800. I will tell you, I grew up with no dishwasher in my life. I am disclosure, I am going to be 44 years old. I never had a dishwasher. I just bought one. It changed my life.
100%.
This is definitely resonating with me, and how we're gonna manage this money, get this money. So hopefully you'll share that with us too.
I will. And in fact, you know what? The thing that I would ask though is we get it and we agree. Money itself is emotion, is power, but there's a problem, and the problem is specifically in the African American community. And this is what I want y'all to see: is that for every dollar of wealth. Now, when we talk wealth, we're talking not just the salary, the hourly wage that you get, but we're thinking if you take everything that you own and sell it and pay off everything that you owe, what's left? That's like real wealth, right? That's the real thing. And this is a statistic that for every dollar of wealth in the median white family household, Blacks only have 12 cents. Yikes. Wow. Hispanics have 17. Blacks have 12 cents. 12 cents. So, and granted, you see this from 2010 to 2016, but I'm here to you that the situation hasn't gravely changed. It's not like we went from 12 cents to 24 cents or 30 cents. No. We're still right around the same area. So we recognize that money gives you the time, it gives you the options, it gives you the access, it gives you all the health, all those sort of things. What this says is that Blacks as a whole simply don't have that same sort of power. And to me, that's just not good enough. It's not good enough at all. So what you think there? What's going through your head?
This motivates me, right? To just see that we don't have our fair share of the pie. It's wondering, how do we get there? How do we do that? What do we do? What do we need to change in our behavior that's going to help us get there?
And that's a perfect segue. How do we regain our power? And here's what I'm going to say. Now let's be real. This is the type of thing that we could take like weeks and weeks and weeks talking about this, and we're going to kind of present it to everyone in kind of a short nugget sort of fashion. But at the highest level, there's 5 laws that govern money. And here's the key. Like a law, by definition, is an established principle that works for whoever gets involved. I need you to get that. It's an established principle that works for whoever gets involved. I don't care if you're Black. I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're Hispanic. The laws work. If you go to the Empire State Building and you jump off it, I assure you the law of gravity will work for you. Whether you're Black, whether you're white, whether you're Hispanic, the law of gravity says boom. And the only way that you're able to overcome the law is by another law, right? That's what planes come in. There's the law of gravity, but there's a law of lift that's a greater law that overcomes that law of gravity. So these are laws, these are established principles that works for whoever gets involved, and that's why I'm excited about this. So what are the 5 laws? The first law, you got to pay yourself first. You got to pay yourself first. Like that practically means that, and let me even take a law 0.5, if you will. Like the assumption is you got to have some money coming in for you to be able to pay yourself first, right? And I tell you this, I don't care how old you are. My 15-year-old this summer, I'm giving him $500, and his job is to 3x it. I need him to $1,500. If he doesn't, he owes me money. If he does, he keeps it. Like, that's just kind of the game that we're playing. But there's hustles. There's hustles. I don't care how old you are. If you're young, then you pick up a lawnmower and you go knock. I remember when I was young and I was in DC, I literally got my shovel, started knocking on doors. Hey, I'll shovel your driveway for $10. You know what? That's how I started lifting weights, right? It's just doing all the.
Yeah.
But the reality is, there's always a hustle that each of us. You talked about your small business with skincare. Boom, that's bringing in money. You are one of the most successful and most effective salespeople in our Visa organization, and you're getting rewarded as a result because of that. So you're bringing in money, but then once you bring it in, you got to pay yourself first. Like, you have to make sure. And I say 10 cents for every dollar, $10 for every $100. It's that 10% you pay yourself first. You put it to the side for every $10 I say it like, if you have apples, or let me ask you this question. If I have an orchard of apples, I harvest 10 apples, and every night I give away 9 apples. So I harvest 10 apples, I give away 9 apples. What's going to happen to my basket over a period of time?
Yeah, it's going to get bigger over time. It's slow, but it'll get bigger. It definitely
exactly,
get bigger.
and it'll fill up, and so it's like I tell everyone, they can be rich. Now, there's no such thing as a get rich quick, but there is a such thing as a get rich slow, and everybody can do it if you're willing to kind of do the work. So the first thing is you pay yourself first. That's the first law. Second law is now you got to invest. It's immobilizing that money. It's taking, I put my 10% aside, paying first, and now I gotta, whether it's investing in a business, and your skincare business, it's buying courses so that you can understand the game, so that you can build yourself up, so that you can know what's going on. It could be buying the materials that you need to be able to make it happen. It could, whatever it is, like you got to be able to investing in businesses, investing in stocks. Like I could go on forever just on the stock piece. Like the short fun fact, the New York Stock Exchange, right? That's the stock market that was created May 17th, 1792. All right, May 17th, 1792. Now, here's a fun fact about 1792. People that looked like me and you were not considered people during that time, right? We weren't considered people till 1865. So there was all these years where you had people that looked like us that were never in the game. The game was working for all those years, and yet we weren't in the game. Now we can be in the game. Got to pay yourself first, got to invest. The third law is now you got to learn. You got to learn. You got to build yourself up. The reality is, people that have, for example, people that have a degree tend to make more money than people that don't have a degree. People that have a master's degree tend to make more money than people that just have a bachelor's, who tend to make more money than people that don't have a degree. Is that always the case? Of course not. Of course not. Tons of people that are incredibly successful without degrees. But I'm saying, if you take the whole, and you put everybody who has a degree in a bucket and everybody who doesn't have a bucket, boom, you're going to see that the ones with the degree make more. People that have a high school diploma tend to make more money than people that don't have a high school diploma. And get this, in this world of knowledge, we're in the information age, learning, like there's no excuse. I don't care if you have a high school diploma. I don't care if you have a degree. I don't care if you have a master's. Doggone it, there's so many podcasts, there's so many books out there, there's YouTube, there's so much stuff out there. There is zero excuse to be able to make sure that you are learning what you need to learn so that you can build yourself up. Because earners are learners. That's just the reality of the game.
You know what, Steve? Actually, everyone who's investing their time today is learning.
Yes.
So this is a different way of learning, but it's
Yes.
definitely investing in yourself and learning.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you're going to pay yourself first. You're going to invest. You're going to learn, and then you're going to master things. Now, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the difference between learning a thing and mastering a thing?
So you can learn something, like someone can teach it to you, you know it. And when you want to be the best at it, you're gonna master it. You're gonna study it. You're gonna be the subject matter expert.
Yep. And the only way that I know you're an expert is if you have the results. You got to do it. Like that's what I tell people all the time. I don't preach what I don't practice what I preach. I don't. I mean, and I know maybe that sounds bad when I'm trying to preach something here to y'all. I don't practice what I preach. I preach what I practice. And it's a much different thing. I'm showing people things that I do in my life that I know works, that I have the results to be able to prove it, right? Like we're around the same age. I'm 45, net worth, I don't know, around 2 mil or so right now, and still trying to build and still try to grow and still trying to grind and still trying to make things happen. I'm not practicing what I preach. I'm preaching what I practice. I know this stuff works because I'm doing it. The difference between you learning and mastering is you have to start doing it. See, you can learn all you want about the small business that you have, but until you opened up the doors, you ain't really know about how to run a small business. You can learn all the stuff. You've been involved in business. You've done all the things, but until you actually make the first sale, you don't know what you're doing in terms of being a salesperson. The reason I know that you're a master salesperson, you're a master networking extraordinaire, is because you do it. I've seen it in action. Goodness gracious, you were brand new in the company and already networking with C-suite people at Visa and having interviews and stuff with them. I'm like, I need to sit at your feet and learn what you're doing. You're a master at it because you're doing it and you have the results. So that's the reality. The last thing is you got to avoid all the scams. You got to make sure that, like, if there's a get rich quick anything, like, run away. Like I said, like, everybody can get rich. It's just not a get rich quick sort of scenario proposition. It's a get rich slow sort of things. So all the trickeries, all those scams, all that sort of stuff, you got to run. So these are the 5 laws. It's paying yourself first, making sure for you put aside a dime for every dollar and $10 for every $100. Self, whatever the case may be. It's learning, mentoring, books, coaches, seminars, experiences, whatever the case may be. And then it's mastering what you learn, which is mobilizing that learning to the point that you get results. And finally, it's avoiding scams. Like, the reality is the likelihood of what's going to happen when you try to get some crazy return is you're going to lose your money. And again, I'm not practicing what I'm preaching. I'm preaching what I practice. I've been scammed. Like, I've tried to get rich quick schemes. I've gone down those paths. Look, I got the gray hair to prove it, and I got some financial scars to prove it. I've been there. It doesn't work. So those are the 5 laws. What's going through your head? Talk to me.
So that invest piece, I know for some people it seems so scary, but I will tell you, it's so easy as thinking about what stores you go to. Yep. You go to Target all the time. I know some people are just like, you know what? I'm on Instagram every day. Yep. Investing in Instagram and seeing what's happening. These are things I'm going to take away with me. Thank you, Steve, because I need to start paying myself. That's one thing that I don't do well because I got bills to pay, right? So I don't pay myself first, but I'm going to get my coffee every day. So I need to pay myself first before I get my coffee. And maybe I just, have some tea a few days to save some money. But this is spot on. And I'm taking this into my everyday life. That's definitely.
That's what's up. That's what's up. So let's put this in practice then. Let's go back to Richard Gere that we were talking about. And we were saying, well, conceptually, how do we help him regain his power? First thing is, he needs to get a hustle. He needs to get something. I mean, look, I don't care if you're on the streets. I mean, I've seen some jokers on the street where I've given them like $100 because they're out there hustling. They're out there. You could tell that they're homeless or whatever, but they got a squeezy bottle. They're trying to clean your windows. They're trying to clean your tires. Like, them jokers are hustling. If you're hustling, I promise you, the universe, God, whatever you want to call it, is going to reward that and it's going to make it happen. And then once you do get it, pay yourself first, putting some money aside, doing what needs to be done. Second thing for Richard, he has to put his money to work. It's investing. It could be investing in a new suit so that now he can go from washing windows to going and getting a job somewhere. It could be investing in a haircut. It could be whatever. Who knows? But you got to put your money. He has to put his money to work. Third thing, he has to learn the game. It's the education. It's all the stuff that's out there. And even at the homeless age, if you're homeless, they don't kick you out of the library. You're still able to go to the library. You're still able to get on the internet. You're still able to get the books. You're still able to do whatever needs to be done. You got to learn the game. Next thing, he has to master the game. He has to put all the stuff that he learns, education in motion. He has to make it happen. And then finally, don't get played. Like, he needs to make sure that he's avoiding all those get rich quick schemes and all those sort of things. So let me put this practically then for you, and you representing everyone that we're here. Let me ask you, what can you do, Christina, to make sure that, and what all the people we're talking to, what can they do to pay themselves first?
I think as soon as you get paid, calculate that 10% and put it into an account, and put it into a high yield savings account. I think not enough people know about that. Google Markets account, Google Capital One, Google those things, and think about compound interest and all, and how your money could work for you. You could put $100 in and you're getting a return on that every month. So
absolutely,
do that
absolutely,
first.
100%. And then what can they do to put their money to work?
Go to E-Trade, go to something, educate yourself. And I know you want to talk about educate next, but on E-Trade, think about the stores you go to, see what you can invest in. You know what? It's a good one. Coca-Cola. KO. Look up KO. It's a no fault. You won't lose. Everybody's still drinking Coke.
Absolutely. And they will for quite some time, I assure you. And then how can they learn the game?
You shared a whole lot of things. Go to the library, podcasts, earn your leisure on Instagram. There are tons of different ways to educate yourself. Being here. Definitely. Thank you for coming.
Definitely. Then how do they go from learning to mastering the game?
You gotta study this stuff. You gotta spend some time with it. You gotta start talking to your friends about it. You know, talk to elders that you seen doing well. Do that.
And do it. Everything they learn, do it. So they learned about KO. They don't really know the game of stock until they actually put their first dollar in KO, right?
Put $1 in Coca-Cola, KO. That's the stock symbol.
Absolutely. And finally, what do they need to do to make sure they don't get played?
Woo! If they say you put in 1,500, you're gonna get out 4,000. Ask questions. That cannot be if you didn't do anything for it. So don't get played. Don't think about it.
That's it. Look, that's what this thing is all about, right? I mean, the reality is, all of us, and back to as Juneteenth was the time when June 19th, 1865, the time when the final slaves were told in Texas that they're no longer slaves and that they're free. But guess what? In a capitalistic society, even though they were legally free, they still weren't free. The way that you become free in a capitalistic society is you need to start to control the money that is around. You need to get your hand on a piece of the pie. That's how you become free. So that's what I want to leave everyone, is to make sure you really want to be free. Yeah, we don't have shackles on us anymore, but guess what? If you don't have any money, it feels like you're shackled, right? Because you can't do all the stuff that you want to do. So we want to break ourselves fully free, being entirely emancipated. And the way that you do that is you get access to money. Money in and of itself is not power, but doggone it, money in motion is. So yeah, that's what it's all about.
That's it. And you have heard the preaching from the person who practices the most. And let me tell you, this is a very successful man right here. So thank you so much, Steve, for taking your time to talk to these folks today. And everyone, please enjoy your Juneteenth presentation and all the rest of Digital Day. And I hope to see you in Brooklyn, because we'll be out there in Brooklyn on Saturday, and Sunday we'll see you out there as well. So have a good day.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Rashida Carter. I am the owner and creator of Unrivaled Supreme, a coloring book-based business that combines self-care and representation. We showcase the different careers that you typically do not see Black people in. I will be at the Juneteenth NYC Festival on Saturday, June 17th from 10 to 6 at Linden Park. Make sure you stop by and visit the table. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NYC. This is a special invitation for you to attend with Juneteenth NY. We're thrilled to announce that this year's celebration promises to be bigger and better than ever before. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with a wide array of exciting performances, delightful vendors, mouth-watering food trucks and vendors, an exclusive fashion show, a rally at Barclays Steps, a free bus ride with health drink tastings. Don't miss that. For those of you with little ones, don't worry, we've got you covered also. Juneteenth NY 2023 is the event for all ages. We'll be featuring a dedicated kids zone so that your young ones can join in on the fun. So why wait? Grab your free tickets. Yes, free. It doesn't cost anything, but we do need you to register so that we can prepare for the amount of people that will be in attendance on the weekend. So we look forward for you to go to our website at www.juneteenthny.com, or you can go to our Instagram at JuneteenthNY, like us, follow us, engage with our page. We'd love to see you participating. It warms my heart. Trust me, it does. And then go to our link tree and you'll get a direct link to register. This will be a monumental occasion. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you and have a good one.
Good afternoon, community. Welcome back to our next segment. This segment, we'll be talking with Madam Money, aka Tara Jackson. We'll be discussing the 4 financial languages. It's the name of her book, and it's a way of being that that she believes in and that she fully supports and is here to teach us all about today. Hey, Tara, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm really, 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 really good. Just excited to be here today and excited to be here talking with you. I was all up in your Instagram page and checking you out and seeing who you are. And I saw that it's important to you to educate the community on just everything that we need to know about finances. And that you've written this amazing book called The 4 Financial Love Languages. Love Languages, there I go.
It's based off of the same concept.
I was just going to say, because when you first said it, I was like, yes, I'm super excited to have this conversation because of the 4 agreements. And I just know how profoundly that's affected my life. So I'm like, okay, I'm about to get another set of gems. Yes, 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 yes. I'm here for it. And I hope the community, and I know the community is here for it as well. So before we dive into the 4 financial languages, I would love for you to share with the community a little bit about yourself, who you are, what you've been up to, and yeah, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, well, I am a wonderfully, fearfully made and peculiar single mother of an amazing 27-year-old young man, I guess. I am an entrepreneur. I'm a former banking executive. I ran a financial institution for a few years. Been executive branch of financial institutions, credit unions specifically, throughout my career. And one of the things that I have done is experience major money mistakes. And so my passion has always been to provide the information in a way that it's fun and impactful, so that those that have made those mistakes know that there's a resurrection after or life after, or if they can avoid the major money mistakes I've made, doing that and just doing it in a way that can make you laugh, that can make you think, and make you move a little bit towards your financial goals.
Wow, I absolutely, absolutely love that. I'm thinking that most of the people that I've ever known that consider themselves to be, one of those words for me, peculiar, they are very fun typically. So it would kind of make sense that those 2 words would end up being in the same paragraph used by you. So financial fornication, that's your first book, baby. Can you share a little bit about that before we dive into where we are now?
Yeah, that was the first introduction to me talking about money. What I realized is that people, I had a lot of clients that were celebrities, a lot of the housewives at the time, a few of them were my clients. And so when I decided to watch the housewives, because I don't watch reality TV, right? I realized that on these reality TV shows, they were okay with talking about relationships, who they slept with, who they wanted to sleep with, and all of that stuff. But nobody wanted to talk about their crappy credit. Nobody wanted to talk about the fact that they didn't really have any savings, that the houses weren't really theirs. That they didn't want to really talk about the real stuff financially. And then what really hit me was when Hardee's did a sexy campaign, right? So Hardee's did a sexy campaign with, they're selling a burger, but they used half naked women with bathing suits on top of cars, pouring water all over them just to bite into a burger to sell a burger. Now they were banned after a while. The sexy campaign was banned, but that made me realize that if sex can sell a cheeseburger, it can probably sell financial literacy, right? So people like to talk about relationships. So I figured I would talk about financial relationships, how we're financially promiscuous with credit cards, sometimes multiple credit cards. Don't judge us, And then we end up with financial STDs, substantially tremendous debt, and then babies hurt. So I figured if I'm dealing with them, somebody else is dealing with them. So I teach people the cures of those financial diseases and teach you how to date your bank, just like dating a man or a woman. There's 5 phases to it. And if you skip some of those phases, you'll get in a financially abusive relationship and you might get your assets kicked. I said asset. So, I figured if we can giggle a little and we can relate to it, we can learn and move on with the conversation. So that was just the first book was my freshman book. It was start the conversation about how money is very similar to our physical and our emotional relationships and how we can cure those and have really, really pleasurable financial relationships.
Wow.
And I guess that's why
Wow.
I came out of money.
Listen, that is divine. Right now you are speaking my language, and I'm like, I wish you could teach me literally every conversation about finances through your lens, because the way my mind is able to even wrap around it in that fun way. I am laughing on the inside. My belly is like getting that little feeling that you get when you have that deep belly laugh, but try to keep the face. So I have that deep belly laugh feeling, but I also have what I feel is like a heightened registering of what you're talking about right now.
Mhm.
Like it's hitting different. It's hitting way different than when I'm sitting with someone having a super financial conversation, because as I shared in one of the other segments, whenever it comes to finances, just my story about finances, it kind of takes me into a shutdown mode sometimes.
Right.
So I'm in this space in my life where it's like, okay, I can't afford to live in that space anymore, because we all know what happens when you shut down. Life passes you by and you drown. So not trying to do that. So it's almost like you are a gift from God. Right
So
now.
what if you made the change because you wanted to, not because you feel like you have to? Like if we feel like I have to go to the gym, right? I
Yeah.
have to go to the gym. I need to lose weight, I'm a big girl, I like to eat. But for health's sake and all that stuff, I have to go to the gym. Now, what if someone made it really fun for me to do something? Now I want to work out. Don't necessarily have to go to the gym, but now I want to work out, and the gym may be a part of that. My motivation is different. My eagerness to do it, my excitement to do it is different. And so that's all I'm trying to do is change the motivation. Instead of that, you have to think about your future, and because you do. But honestly, my future self, her name is Juanita. Juanita wants to travel and have a young boyfriend, whether she's married or not. Don't judge me, okay? And so in order for Juanita to be able to travel with her young boyfriend, she's going to need some money. In order for her to have money, Tara has got to spend money on saving and investing so that Juanita can live her best life.
I love that. I was just sitting here thinking that this list of goals that I've written down, it's like, I want to do this because I want those things. And in order to have those things, it does definitely shift the energy, and it definitely changes the narrative of that story that I have around money and how it actually impacts me. Even so, I'm a very into physical reactions to things, your conversations, traumas, things like that. And right now, my body having this conversation is here for it. It's not doing its normal, really, it's not doing that right now. It's like, I'm here to play, almost like a kid. I have like a kid energy about it, where it's like, I really am just eager to know more. So let's start to shift over to the 4 financial languages. I'm going to give you the floor. I don't want to direct how you introduce that, because you're just so masterful at what you do. I'm just going to let you share.
Sure. So the 4 financial languages is saving, spending, investing, and giving, right? So we all have a dominant financial language. Just like if we were born in the United States, our dominant language is probably English, right? It doesn't mean that we don't know Spanish. It doesn't mean we don't know Greek or German or whatever. Our dominant financial language is English. That's what we were born, and that's what we learned, how to speak English. Some households, you learned how to speak Spanish, right? Some people just brought it on themselves and said, I want to learn this language, and they learned it, right? But your dominant financial language is, you can identify that if I gave you $1 million and nobody else knew about it, it's just me and you, and I'm not telling anybody, but you got $1 million dropped into your bank account right now, what's the first thing you would want to do that would bring you joy? Not what you have to do, not what you should do, not what the Bible says do, not what the parents say do, not what the financial advisors say do. What is it that you want to do? Are you going to put some aside and save a portion of it? Are you going to spend some of it YOLO? Are you going to invest some in stocks or real estate or what businesses or whatever? Or are you going to give to the needy or give to the church or whatever? What's the first thing you innately want to do that's going to bring you the most joy? Not to say that you're not going to do everything, right? Usually, if that's the first thing you want to do, that's your dominant financial language. My dominant financial language is spending. I already know yours is spending. Just how you were talking, I'm like, she's a spender like me, okay? You know, and I tell people all the time, spenders, you know, we're special, we're different, but we're petty. You know, call me Petty LaBelle. You know, you don't tell a spender not to spend their money because they'll spend their money, your money, and everybody else's money, right? So you just some things you don't do. You don't tell a saver to spend because they're going to hoard their money and hide it from you, and they'll always claim broke because they're afraid the spender is going to spend their money, or they're afraid the investor is going to invest all their money and lose it. You know, investors, they want to see a return on investment, whether it's through money, whether it's through people, whether it's through energy, whether it's through conversation. They want a return on their investment. And givers, they are philanthropists. They want to give. How can I help? They are resources. The first thing they'll do is they'll give to someone. They'll give to a family member. They'll give to their family. They'll give, but they forget sometimes that they have to put their financial oxygen mask on first. And the people that they're giving to won't always be there to save them when they need it. So they have to save, spend, and invest on themselves first so they can give more in the future.
Ooh, that's powerful. I'll definitely be purchasing both of these books. So, question for you. I kind of want to move through the different pieces. So what do you find are some of the things that people should kind of like, not wanting to give away too many nuggets, because we definitely want them to give the book, but, and you definitely gave us a nice overview of that just now. But what do you find, actually, instead of going that way, what do you find some of the biggest challenges are within the community for people to shift their language?
Well, the biggest challenge is that they don't know their language, right? And that they're trying to figure out a language that they are not, that they don't know, and they're asking the wrong people, right? They asking Nene and them, or they asking Mama, or they asking, you know, don't be mad. I have a cousin named Nene. Okay, so shout out to Nene. But you know, but Nene didn't go to school for finances, right? And so they're afraid to speak with the professionals because they feel like they don't have enough money. Okay, or they feel like they're going to be judged. Most spenders won't speak with a financial advisor because they feel like they're going to be judged because they're spenders. And what I have to make people realize is that a saver is not better than a spender or an investor or a giver. We're all the same, right? The only thing that makes it bad is excess, because you can over save and hoard all your money and not enjoy life, not invest for the future, you know, and not give back, because the law of prosperity is you must give in order to receive, right? You can overspend and spend all your money. You can overinvest and lose all your money, and you can overgive and give all your money away. So it's about excess. So I can't judge you if you are a saver or an investor. What I need to do is understand what your language is, what your triggers are, and learn how to speak in your language, right? So that serves two purposes. One purpose is now we can have a better conversation because I understand what you're saying and I can communicate with you. Two, I'm learning another language so that new language will serve me when I need it to serve me. Okay, so let me give you an example. A spender and an investor. In order for me to get an investor to spend money, I have to understand investor language. I need to understand their triggers. Their triggers are return on investment. They need a lot of information. They ask a lot of questions. Do not ignore them. And they're active learners. So if they want to figure something out, they will do that. They're brilliant at that, right? I need to understand that and be able to have answers for my investor. I need to tell them what the return on investment is. If we want to purchase this thing, this is what the return on investment is going to be, and all of that. Once I understand it, but me personally, now when I need to think about Juanita, I understand a little bit of the language of investing. So now I can have a conversation about investing because I've learned a new language. So think of it this way: someone speaking Spanish, another person speaking Greek. They may say, I love you, but they're saying in two different languages, there's a miscommunication. So one of them or both of them are gonna have to learn how to speak in each other's language so that they can have a fruitful, communicative relationship. It's the same thing with money.
I love that. And we spoke about it a little bit beforehand. Could you share the different type of relationships that this could impact? It's so that people can have an idea of like what using this looks like, not just with their one-on-one partners. Yeah.
So most people think it's just for couples, married couples, or if you have a significant other, which, most of the time it is for people that are dealing with other people, with couples, but you could be single. And so you being fiscally bilingual, when you meet someone that's an opposite or a different financial language than you, you'll now have a better understanding of how to communicate before you get into that relationship. Because one of the main reasons why people get divorced is because of money miscommunication, dollar disagreements, budget battles. You know what I mean? And so if you are able to speak in different financial languages, that's going to help you with learning how to communicate with your new partner. It could be a parent and a child relationship, teaching that child about money and then understanding what their financial language is so that you can communicate to them or teach them multiple languages, right? It could be a business partner relationship. One of the hardest business partner relationships is one person's a spender, one person's a saver, or one person's a saver and one person's an investor. And so those conversations can get very, very heightened, if you will, if you do not know how to communicate with each other. And that causes a lot of conflict. That's why partnerships dissolve, because they're not agreeing about the money with that. So it's not just about married couples or people with significant others. It could be single people, parents, friends, roommates, anyone that you're going to deal with money with or communicate about money with. It's always good to understand different financial languages. And I call that being fiscally bilingual.
That's beautiful. I think about, we have an emergence of groups of people that are coming together to source and co-op resources. So that's another place it's like a new tool to me. I'm like, whoa, I got a new tool in my tool bag. And I can't wait to read all of the in-depth, because I'm sure that it's gonna blow my mind when I read the full book, if this is what's happening right here. So I hope that everybody out there has plans to go and get this book.
One of the relationships that a lot of people don't look at are board of directors. If you sit on a board, you have 9, 10, 12, well, usually have an odd number, but you have 9, 13 or whatever. You have board members, other people that think about money, communicate about money differently. And you all need to make a solid decision about a budget to be able to support a nonprofit or to support a business or whatever, right? And so that may be a lot of over people's head, but there's a lot of people that are sitting on board of directors and they're arguing about the budget. Church, when you're sitting on church boards, the trustees think one way, the deacons think one way, everybody thinks one way, and everybody needs money to fulfill everything. And so this is a valuable tool when you can identify people's financial language and then learn how to communicate to them in their financial language.
I love that. This is just like such an invaluable conversation, and I'm so grateful that you came to bring this to us today. I'm just thinking, what is coming up for me? There's a question that's like bubbling right in my mind, and I think it really relates to just our folks in Juneteenth and the impacts that money and our lack of knowledge of money have had on us. So you spoke about supporting housewives and folks like that. And I know that we're spenders, but what are some of the other things that have people fall into pitfalls financially that like people don't consider and maybe blind to, that we walk into often? One of the things that comes up for me is just we're online all the time and all these things come across. Like, what are some of the the ways that you tell people to help control spending or over-investing, under-investing? What would you advise for folks that don't have a sense of direction there?
Well, the more information you have, the more better decisions you can make. You can make, not saying you will make them, okay? Just because you know better doesn't mean you're going to do better. It means that you now have the tools to make better decisions so that you can do better. Because I know better. I know what to do to lose this weight. I know better. Am I mentally ready to do better? That's a whole different conversation, right? That's why I talked about the motivation. I have to do better because of my health. I don't want to go to the gym, but heck, if I want to stay alive, I guess my butt needs to go to the gym or do something, right?
If Juanita wants to be able to keep up with
if
the young
Juanita wants to
boyfriend.
catch up and be ready, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? So, unless it's fun, like Juanita, this is what I want to do. At 50, I want to look like Angela Bassett when she was Tina Turner. So I'm going to need to do what I need to do to at least halfway get there, right? So it's a part of the motivation. And a lot of people, they think ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is not bliss. It's expensive as hell. The less you know, the more expensive everything costs. The less you know, the lower your credit score is, the more everything costs. From utilities, credit, everything costs more with a lower credit score. And if you don't understand how a credit score is made up, how to fix it, how to create it, how to manage it, then you're always going to be bound by what people say that how much you have to pay, instead of you walking in and determining what you want, right? I call it the Idris Elba versus Biggie Smalls effect. Okay, don't judge. Okay, I love me some Biggie though, but I'm just saying, before Biggie Smalls had money, let's go there. Before Biggie had money,
I'm following.
Okay? When he got some money, he looked really, really good. But I'm just saying, before Biggie got money, a lot of people's credit score kind of looked like that. When he walks up in the club, there's not a lot of females checking for him. Let's be real, right? Idris Elba, whether he has money or not, we checking. I'm checking. Let me not generalize it. I'm checking.
I think most of us are checking.
I'm checking, okay? And so financial institutions are the same way, superficial. Your credit score, how sexy is your credit score, will determine if they're going to give you what they can give you and you get what you get, or they throw everything at you and you can choose what you want. You want to be able to choose what you want, right? And the United States, having a good credit score will allow you to have opportunities to get OPM, other people's money, to be able to finance certain things. You need to understand the difference between credit and debt, right? Credit helps to leverage and get you the things you want. Debt is the credit you can't pay, or that is a burden you can't pay. And when credit turns into debt, that's when it becomes bad credit. People say, what's good credit and bad credit? Good credit is the credit you can afford to pay.
I love your realness.
Let's work it out. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, houses are good credit. Not if you can't afford the mortgage. Not if you foreclose.
The tax, all that good stuff that comes with it.
You know what I'm saying? So the understanding the realness of the information that you get, understand what a real asset is. An asset, my home is not an asset until I can make money off of that. I make money off assets. I used to tell my son this when he was 2. Assets put money in your pocket, liabilities take money out your pocket. And we had to determine, when he was 5, what is an asset, what is a liability? And you do that with friends and family members and jobs. Once you understand the object of that game, that assets put something within you and liabilities take stuff out from you, then that's going to help you to understand the whole line of dealing with money. Because a lot of people are buying a whole lot of things, or they think they're investing in things that are actually liabilities, and they wonder why they're cash broke. So I think a lot of the challenges with us is not that we're stupid, we're smart, we're resilient. We built this country. I'm just saying, we built a couple countries, a lot of nations. So it's not like we don't have the capacity to do it. We just some of us have this have this, what is it, entitlement, this entitlement mentality that, or I call it the narcissistic mentality. I worked hard for this, I did this, I deserve this. They did this to my ancestors, so they should give me this. And if you live off of that, you're not going to get anything. If anything, I want to learn what they know, and I want to win their game. And if you don't want to play the game, don't complain about the rules. It's like, consumers are playing checkers and financial institutions are playing chess. You got to learn that chess game. And the rules are just sitting out there waiting for us to learn them. It's not like they're hidden.
I love it. Thank you for all of those gems. So many, so many, so many gems. I'm like, I wish we could go on and on and on all day.
Yeah, I get a little passionate about stuff like this.
Right? I can tell. And it actually, like, and what I love about what happens when passion and purpose clash, it draws people in. I'm drawn all in. And I'm definitely like, I'm already following you. And if not, I think I am. I'm almost sure I'm already following you. If not, I already have you on you're already on my search thing for about 2 weeks now. I've been keeping my eye on you and just seeing, getting a feel for who you are and who I'd be sitting with today. So it's an honor to connect with you, an honor to have you here with us. I would love for you to share with the community what you offer, like what can they come to you for outside of the books, which are Financial Fornication and the 4 Financial Languages. Let them know if you offer services or where they could follow you. And then I would love for you to answer this last final question, and that would be, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
Oh, wow. So I offer speaking engagements. I do a lot of speaking engagements. I do training sessions, especially for couples, for churches, and for marriage counselors for the 4 financial languages, especially for churches. I do lessons for couples for the 4 financial languages. I facilitate training workshops for youth called the Young Money series. So really
It's just, if you need a moment to get a little water, it's totally fine.
Yeah, thanks.
Of course.
So the Young Money series, I teach them about credit, CREAM, credit rules everything around me, saving versus investing, who wants to be a millionaire, salary negotiation called You're Hired, and student loans called Save Me Sally Mae. And so each of those has a game that's tied to the lesson. So I love facilitating that, but I'm a facilitator and international public speaker, if you will. You can go to my website at madammoney.com to learn more about me, MADAMMONEY.com, or follow me on all social media, Ms. Madam Money, MSMADAMMONEY. Love to love on y'all. So what does Juneteenth mean to me? Juneteenth means a celebration of dignity, honor, power, that despite what we've been through, we continue to be resilient. And even from then, even though we were told and, we found out late, we were still resilient. Even to this day, we are still resilient with everything that's going on, police brutality, with, underserved communities, with abuse, all the things that is still happening. We maintain resilience. And it's no longer just for survival. It's just a part of our DNA. It's a part of our DNA, is the resilience. And Juneteenth for me is the celebration of that resilience that we've always had, that we currently have, and that we will continue to have. And now that we're celebrating, we can really celebrate, educate others, but also educate our children on the resiliency to make them resilient as well.
Ashe. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Miss Tara Jackson, aka Madam Money, and you can find her on social media platforms at Miss MS Madam Money. And we are honored to have you here with us today. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
So welcome.
All right, community. I hope that you guys are really enjoying today's programming. Up next, we have a gentleman named Reverend Brandon Smith. Reverend Brandon Smith has been engaged with spiritual, religious, and metaphysics for the last 8 years. Today, he's here to talk to us and kind of give us an idea of how numerology and Juneteenth mesh together, and give us an opportunity to see, if you're not into numerology, an opportunity to see what it's all about and to ask questions. And if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat and someone will get back to you as soon as possible. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the segment. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Brandon Smith, and I am an astronumerologist. I'm the founder and CEO of Be Well Energy Wellness. And Be Well Energy Wellness is a holistic wellness practice where we combine the sciences of astrology, numerology. We look at aromatherapy, energy healing, particularly the modality known as pranic healing. And then we also use a few other methods. And particularly tonight's discussion will be around numerology and how we can utilize that really in a number of areas of our lives. Some of us may have some idea about numerology as it relates to like our destiny numbers. You know, everyone knows about the master number 11 and all that kind of stuff. But tonight we'll go, just a little bit deeper into it. And then we'll also look at from the Juneteenth holiday, June 19th, what that could look like, or at least an interpretation of that from a metaphysical perspective in terms of where we are today and how we can, utilize the energies of this number. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. And we will present. And so our conversation tonight is going to go is entitled From Numbers to Numbers. And we're looking at the power of numbers using numerology. And so really quickly, a definition of what numerology is that numerology is essentially the study of numbers or the meaning behind the numbers. This particular method is considered to be a science, an ancient African science that has its roots going back to the schools of Alexandria in Egypt, and also in Babylonian culture. And so they consider them to be a science along with like astrology, palmistry, and a few others because of three particular characteristics. Number one is that they're reliable, they're accurate, and repeatable. So if I take a particular, say, and we'll get more into this later, say a particular person's birthday, or if I have 10 people's birthday, I can apply the same approach or the same calculation, and it's going to give me some type of response. And then what numerology does, say, for example, my birthday is October the 20th. So I would take 10, 20 in the year that I'm born, 1988, and then that gives me a particular number. I'll add it up, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but just so you have an idea of the repeatable or the repetitiveness of numerology, from that number, it gives me a particular number which called the life path or the destiny number. And what in numerology, what this represents is what the soul comes to do and things like that. So there are a number of different approaches that we can use from the name, from the birthday, that's going to reveal to us a number of different things. And some of those things that can reveal to us could be what's the soul's purpose for coming into this particular lifetime. Some people have different belief systems as it relates to incarnation and reincarnation. I don't necessarily want to get into that argument, but we all come into this particular lifetime with a purpose. And so what numerology as a science, when we look at the month, the day, and the year that we're born, this tells us what is our soul's purpose? What are the lessons that we've come into this particular lifetime to learn? And then also, what are the things that we've come to learn not to do? So I believe it was Shakespeare who says, to be or not to be is the question. And that is symbolic, where it talks about what is our soul's purpose. Because we all come to learn particular lessons of things to do and also of things not to do. Also, it can indicate to us seasons and cycles, or like, say, for example, if, the year of 2020, for some people, it was a very rough year. The pandemic came and, there was this all sorts of stuff going on. And then for other people, 2020 was actually, it wasn't that bad of a year. For me, I published a book, I launched a business, some other things were able to take place. I know some people who made out very well in 2020. So how is it that all of us can go through a particular year, but all of us will have each our own individual experiences or different experiences? And so what numerology does is we'll look at the month, the day, and then the particular year that we're in. And then that's going to tell us what you're going through for that particular calendar year. Or then we could look at, say, what are some of the challenges and strengths that may come up throughout life, health indicators, career indicators, and, a lot of other things. With numerology, what I tell people is, and how I learned it from my teacher, Lloyd Strayhorn, is that numerology, it puts up spotlights in the street. So it's not going to change the condition of your road, and nor is it going to predict or like fortune telling, so to say, but it puts up these spotlights so that way we can see, we should probably be careful of this, or this particular area we may need to watch out for. This is a good direction to go in. And so these are just some of the ways and benefits of being able to use numerology. And so, brief history. In numerology, there are multiple systems, but they derive from two main systems. And then, of course, all of us who went to school, we all know about Pythagoras' theorem. I've yet to use it in everyday life to this day. I don't know why they made me go through it, of learning it in school, but Pythagoras, the father or the creator of that particular theory, he is credited to be considered the father of modern numerology, or the father of the modern science of numbers. And here's the issue with that, is that we have this Greek philosopher who travels down to Egypt, into the schools of Alexandria and several other places throughout Africa for 25 years to study. And then he returns back to Greece to declare himself as the father of mathematics and the father of numerology. So how I tell people is that what Pythagoras did is that he just let us know where it really came from. So even in the context of Juneteenth and looking at liberation as us as a people of color and a people of African descent, the reason why I think we can look at embracing or even just kind of becoming a little more curious about some of these tools and some of these sciences is because they actually belong to us. These are ancient African sciences that, truth be told, they existed long before the pyramids. And then we have, so that's the Pythagorean system. And then we have what's called the Chaldean system, which is a little more ancient, which may go back in terms of dating, maybe 300 to 500,000 years ago. And so that's just a little brief history of numerology. And so how it works. Essentially, as I said earlier, it unveils information about a person, a place, or an event using a birthday, a name, or a date. So what this essentially tells us is that whether I'm reading a person or consulting with a person, or say if there's a particular event that's coming up and it's going to be on, say, June 19th, I know that particular day is a one day, or because when you look at the numbers 1 and 9 and you add those two together, which is called the FADIC system, FADIC. And what that does is that gives us that root number of between 1 through 9. And so the number 1, and we'll get into the interpretation of the numbers, but that gives us an idea of what that energy of the day could be like, or of that particular event, or a person who's born on that particular day. And then we'll talk about the names also, how this particular science, it transposes the letters into numbers. And so we're able to calculate and analyze what are different traits within a person's name. And within the name, you have your last name and the first name, and they both reveal just different traits about it. So really how it all works, I know it sounds deep and it sounds like it could be complicated, like, oh my God, what is all of this stuff? It really works off of simple mathematics. Addition, I would say that 90% of the calculations in numerology is simple addition. Now, there are some books that you may read where they go into, multiplication and stuff. That's more modern stuff that's come along later. But when we look at like the core of numerology, simple addition, and the numbers that you work from literally go from 1 to 9. And I think a good bit of us, we've got the ability to figure out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or if not, we can have someone, hey, what comes after 5? All right, what comes after 6? All right, and there's nothing that comes after 9. After 9, you have 10. And remember, I said if you have a compound digit, you add those two together. So after 9, we have 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. So it technically starts back over again. So this goes into really deeper lessons about cycles and how everything has a beginning, a middle, and an end. So for all of our conclusions, whether we're analyzing your name, your birthday, we're just going to use simple mathematics, and we'll give you some examples really shortly. So I talked a little bit about the life path, what the soul comes into this particular lifetime to do. In some books, you may discover it, or even online, as the destiny number or your life path number. I'm trying to see if there are any other names. Those are the two most common: the destiny soul number, and the soul path number. So essentially, what this is, this represents the school or the grade of life that we're in. So if we're in, say, the first grade, and we'll get into the interpretation of numbers, what it tells me is that the soul is coming to this lifetime to be original, to be creative, to be independent, to stand up for itself in some way, different types of things. And remember, I told you we use simple addition. So if I were to take your birthday, my birthday in particular, 10/20/88, and I'll show you that on our upcoming screens, is we'll show how the simple addition we're able to do. Okay, this is what your soul is here to do. Now, with numerology and any other thing, you do not have to take this at face. As gold and as gospel. For me, this is just another path of being able to understand yourself, being able to understand others. The work that I do, I consult a lot of parents who have children who may say, how can I work better with my child? Okay, so we'll look at the child's name and birthday and what their soul is supposed to be doing. And that way we can figure out how to work best with them and different things like that. The soul or the life path number, it can indicate persons that we may attract throughout our life or who may play important roles in our life. It can indicate particular surroundings or events or places that a particular individual may encounter. And so here's just a real quick breakdown. And this is, of course, not all of the meanings, but just in terms of being able to have a basic understanding, some of the meanings of the numbers. We have the number 1, which means and if you want to screenshot this, absolutely feel free. The number 1, which essentially at its core means being original, being creative, represents leadership, and being inventive, or having a sense of like independence, or even like independent thinking, or the desire to be number 1 or to be first. Number 2 deals with partnership, harmony, balance, diplomacy, working well with others, and tactfulness and things like that. The number 3 is creativity, popularity, artistic, expressive in nature. And the number 4 likes to be unique, different. The number 4 also rules organization, structure, the foundation, also using logic and reason and thinking. The number 5 is adaptable, curious, versatile. This is a number that's about fun, that's about freedom, that's about traveling. So let's say if a person who's born on the 5th, the 14th, or the 23rd of any month, I may suggest that this person likes their freedom, or they may like to travel, or they may like to have a little bit more fun. The number 6 deals with duties, responsibilities, the family. Also, all things that are beautiful, whether it's people, places, events, things, words, music, poetry, art, real estate, property, all these different things that are within the number 6. The number 7 is a number of sophistication, the number that's very analytical, very very knowledgeable, very intuitive. Also, the number 7 are persons who may be born on the 7th, the 16th, or 25th. They may be a little more quiet, or may tend to be to themselves more than being around others. The number 8 deals with status, recognition, achievement. This is also what we call the pregnancy number. My teacher, he's pretty funny when he teaches it. He says women can't spell pregnancy like men can't spell commitment. So what pregnancy means in this concept is not always a literal pregnancy, but sometimes it could be giving birth to an idea, or giving birth to a concept or a vision, or a dream, or something along those lines. And so men also go through pregnancy cycles where they may give birth to ideas or concepts or businesses and different things of that nature, or they may have children, or there may be people around them who may say, hey, I'm having a child, or you're going to be an uncle or auntie, whatever the case may be. The 8 is also connected to the ancestors. So this is a number that is usually connected to the past, whether it's past events, people, places. And when I say ancestors, it doesn't always necessarily mean those who have gone on before us, but this could be like the grounds or the houses or the land that they lived on. And, there could be some sort of connection in that regard. And then the number 9, there are a few others that we call the master numbers, but just for basic simplicity's sake, we'll just go from the numbers 1 through 9. The 9 deals with endings, completions, dreams fulfilled, also humanitarian service, or being able to see like the broader pictures, art, and different things like that. So these are just some basic meanings of the numbers. Of course, when you start looking at, what does it mean to be a number 1? It means that your birth date is on a number that adds up, say, to the number 1. So that could be regardless of what month it is. It could be January 1st, February 19th. It could be March the 10th. It could be August the 28th. All of those numbers, just the number adds up to the number 1. So that would be how you could identify what number am I in terms of personality. And we get astrology as a whole nother conversation that, we could talk about later. Right here, just a quick, breakdown of the names. This is my name on top, my daughter's name on the bottom. On the side here, you'll see where we have the alphabet, the numbers 1 through 9. Again, that's why we work with in numerology, those two particular numbers, the numbers 1 through 9. And then we just write out the alphabet so that each letter is under a corresponding number. And so when I come over here to where my names are, I'll take each letter and so the B is the second letter of the alphabet, I'll put the 2. R is under the 9, so that's the 18th letter of the alphabet, boom, and so on and so forth. So when you're breaking down the name, you'll then, don't be confused, I just put the vowels on top so I can do a different calculation. You can do it all underneath, it doesn't necessarily have to be this particular way, but essentially you want to transpose each letter to a number, and then once you do that, you'll add all of those across, it gives me a 5, or 32, and 3 plus 2 is 5. My last name is 24, 2 plus 4 is 6. And then what I do is this is more my family information, the last name. So this tells me what I've likely inherited from my family and things like that. Whereas my first name tells me what makes me different from the rest of my family. What makes me unique, or whatever the case is. And then when I add these two together, my first and last name together, I get what we call the expression. So usually in numerology, I would be considered a master number 11. Usually when you have the 11, you don't simplify it to the 2, but that's a whole nother conversation. So that's essentially how you break down the names. Now with my daughter, if you look, she has 2 R's and 1 I. That's the number 9. The number 9, and this is just something to be cautious of when we're naming children, there's certain vibrations that carry different energies, and the number 9 rules the planet Mars, which is the planet of war. And so sometimes my daughter, she could be a little hot-headed. She can give me the business with her eyes and with her attitude, with her tone, and don't raise her volume above maybe like a 4 or 5, but she can just test me, and she'll go there with me, especially, and her mom and my sister and everybody else. So sometimes you want to be cautious of what are the numbers that are within the name. So these are another ways in which we can utilize these sciences so we can ensure our children and the generations going forward have, good vibrations to their name. And if you're interested in getting in contact with me to learn more about numerology, you can visit my website, www.b-wellenergywellness.com. You can email me at brandon@b-wellenergywellness.com. My contact number, 866-649-6211. You can text or call at that number, or follow me on Instagram at b.well.energy.wellness. And this essentially is just a little bit of my journey since 2016, starting in basic pranic healing, learning numerology, and going through a number of other healing programs and certification. And so I hope this presentation was insightful and, fascinating in some kind of way, or maybe it may have sparked some sort of curiosity. And so definitely would encourage you to reach out to me so we can learn how to demystify some of these sciences, especially that may have some stigmas as it relates to from like religion and, all those different aspects. And of course, I told y'all I'm a reverend, I've been ordained. And so a lot of people say, how can you be a reverend and you do this energy healing? I got a zodiac chart sitting right here on my wall. For me, there's no separation between the two. And so let's look at how we can demystify these sciences so we can really use them to help us to, be in the best position for our lives. So thank you very much for your time this evening. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Lorna Brown, and I'm here with my business, Soul Quotes by CWI. As a playwright and the owner of Creative Worship Inc., CWI, creating inspirational quotes is my passion, and I'm thrilled to be here with you all today to share more about our offerings. At Soul Quotes, we believe in spreading positivity through powerful words and beautiful designs. Our inspirational quotes are available on various products such as t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, wall decors, throw pillows, coasters, baby clothing, and baby blankets. Each piece is crafted with love, with care, and attention to details. But Soul Quotes by CWI is so much more than just a business that sells amazing products. We are a faith-based community theater that offers plays and poems and chorus speeches for sale on our website. These products are perfect for schools, churches, and anyone else looking for a family-friendly show. Our plays deals with important topics such as bullying, homelessness, and mental health issues, just to name a few. Most importantly, they offer hope to those who watch them. We have a foster closet initiative to help supply care baskets to children in foster care and to provide them with essential supplies as needed. We plan on supporting them with school supplies, baby care items, winter care items, and other necessary supplies. In addition, we donate our time and products to the community as needed and are a monthly donor to St. Jude's Partner in Hope. As CWI, we want to make sure that children and young people know that their situation does not determine their future and who they are. We aim to offer hope and encourage them to participate in CWI in whatever field interests them. I am also thrilled to announce that we plan to bring our school theaters to schools in the next year, with free shows at the beginning of each fall to motivate the students for the new school year. 10% of each show's proceeds will go towards our foster closet initiative. Moreover, we are working towards a brick and mortar location where children interested in the performing arts can have a place to go and learn more about it. I invite you all to check out my online booth this Juneteenth New York City Festival during the weekend of June 16th, where you'll see exclusive collections of our products. Our team is always here to answer your questions, and we are always happy to spread positivity and hope through our inspirational quotes and products. Thank you for stopping by, and we hope you have a fabulous Juneteenth celebration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NYC. This is a special invitation for you to attend with Juneteenth NY. We're thrilled to announce that this year's celebration promises to be bigger and better than ever before. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with a wide array of exciting performances, delightful vendors, mouth-watering food trucks and vendors, an exclusive fashion show, a rally at Barclays Steps, a free bus ride with health drink tastings. Don't miss that. For those of you with little ones, don't worry, we've got you covered also. Juneteenth NY 2023 is the event for all ages. We'll be featuring a dedicated kids zone so that your young ones can join in on the fun. So why wait? Grab your free tickets. Yes, free. It doesn't cost anything, but we do need you to register so that we can prepare for the amount of people that will be in attendance on the weekend. So we look forward for you to go to our website at www.juneteenthny.com, or you can go to our Instagram at JuneteenthNY, like us, follow us, engage with our page. We love to see you participating. It warms my heart. Trust me, it does. And then go to our link tree and you'll get a direct link to register. This will be a monumental occasion. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you and have a good one.
All right. Hey, community, welcome back. If you took a break or if you had stepped away, and if not, just sitting here being patient for the next guest to come on, we appreciate you. And up next, we have Shawnee Benton Gibson. And her conversation today will be Words and Wounds Create Worlds, the Black Maternal Health Crisis. Shawnee is a forerunner in the fight against the rate of Black maternal health dropping, in our mothers surviving and being here with us. This is my mentor and my coach who lost her daughter to this exact topic in the fall of 2019, after Shamani Gibson gave birth to her second child 2 weeks after. So during this conversation, you'll get to hear all about that. You'll get to hear what you can do to be a part of this fight. So please sit back, relax, and pay attention during this segment.
Where she doesn't have when we move
and race of donation.
But we got to make sure that they survive.
Nation that discuss this and mission to achieve a zero.
When we move from this space, because I trust and believe that you'll take that on. And I
joining us, I am Shawnee Aldain of Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Shawnee Aldain of Live On New York. I'm a Community and Government Affairs Liaison. Today, we're going to be discussing faith in organ donation. Live On New York is a federally designated organ procurement organization. We are also a nonprofit. And with a renewed vision and mission to achieve a zero transplant wait list, Live On New York, under the leadership of our new president and CEO, Linnea Chan, had a record-breaking year in 2022. We were named one of Crain's 2022 Best Places to Work in NYC. More than 1,000 organs were transplanted. We were able to achieve a 33% increase in the number of organ donors. We increased the number of tissue donors by 32%. But we by no means did this on our own. We facilitated these amazing strides in collaboration with our hospital partners, our priceless Live On New York staff, and the selfless sacrifices of our organ donor heroes. But our work is far from over, which is why we're here today. There are many barriers to organ donation. One of them is faith. So again, that is why we are here today. And we have invited some very amazing panelists to help us discuss this concern and barrier to organ donation for Live On New York. We have Reverend Dr. Kimberly Jones, who is also a donor grandmother and volunteer for Live On New York. Thank you so much for being here with us, Dr. Jones. We have, did I say donor mother or donor grandmother? If I said donor mother, I meant donor grandmother. My apologies.
I believe you said grandmother.
I did say grandmother. I have to make sure I addressed you properly. We also have Dr. Jones's husband, Minister Jones, our donor grandfather. We have Renee Maskell, who is a senior hospital services specialist here at Live On New York. We have her counterpart, Don Campbell, who is also a hospital services specialist here at Live On New York. I would like to start with one of the most moving stories of donation that I've come across in my very short time here at Live On New York, and that is the story of Jaleel. And I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Jones and Minister Jones to please briefly share that story.
Thank you so much, Shani. I'm very honored to just talk about our grandson, Jaleel. Jaleel lived to be 43 years old on this earth. A wonderful young man, brought joy in everyone's lives. And on his 37th day of this time on earth, he stopped breathing. And we rushed him to the hospital. They were able to resuscitate him. And for a week, we were there at the hospital just praying and hoping that some miracle will happen. And the end, the miracle did happen. We said our goodbyes to Jaleel on that Saturday. And that Saturday evening, we got a wonderful phone call to tell us that our superhero donated and was able to save the lives of two wonderful children. One, a young boy who was about Jaleel's age, received a heart, and a little girl received Jaleel's liver. And from that day on, it gave me a different look and insight on what becoming a donor grandfather would look like and become. So our superhero was definitely a superhero that day.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And I just wanted to add, he's 43 days old, not years. So about 5 weeks old. And he was the son of our daughter, Katrina Erskine, who was only 18 at the time and had to really make a big decision for an 18-year-old.
And I do believe that one of the babies that Jaleel saved went on now 20 plus years and is a parent now, had a baby of her own.
That is correct, yes.
Jaleel saved an entire generation, a whole family line.
That's it.
Amazing. I'd like to move over to Renee, again, our senior hospital services specialist. Renee, can you explain how Live On New York is notified of a death? And let us know, do you get any info on the family prior to meeting them? I know this is not your primary function, but I know you've had some experience in it. If you could shed some light on it, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you all for having me here on this panel this afternoon. So as per CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, every patient that passes away within a hospital has to be referred to the local organ procurement organization for that hospital. And for the hospitals in the greater New York metropolitan area, that would be Live On New York. So that's how we are aware of potential organ or tissue donors. Any patient that cardiac arrest and passes away in the hospital must be referred to Live On New York within a certain time frame, as well as those patients who are on the mechanical vent and imminently passing away. As far as the notification to us, we do have the HIPAA privilege of asking certain questions about the patient and or the family, names, addresses, family dynamics, things of that nature. And we are able to ascertain this information from the hospital staff because we are HIPAA privileged with each of the hospitals that we work with.
Thank you. Dr. Jones, after hearing Renee's account of the initial process, was this familiar to what you experienced when your 5-week-old grandson, Jaleel, was being considered as a potential organ donor?
No, this, what Renee said was very new to my ears. I did not know how they were contacted or how they knew what was happening with Jaleel.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I did not.
Minister, what was it? Can you give us just very briefly how the initial approach was?
Yes, we were approached by a young man named Fred. I still remember what he looks like and his first name, because he just impacted us so much. So we were sitting in a room. It was my daughter and myself. And he came in and he just sat down and he started talking. And he was so very empathetic. He had tears in his eyes. And I have to say that that was exactly what was needed. We needed someone not to come in and say, or hand us a brochure and say, have you thought about, and just pop, pop it out like that. We really needed someone to come in and be with the family. And so he was. And in that short period of time, I really felt like he was a part of our family and a part of the decision-making process. And again, I'll never forget him because he was just amazing in what he did. I laughingly called him the angel of death. I really did, but he felt so calming to us. It wasn't a bad situation at all. And I think because of his approach, we were more easily able to help Katrina make that decision.
Thank you for sharing. I'm going to divert really quickly from flow of questions. Renee, can you touch on what your experience has been, the times that you've had to approach a family? Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, I always want to stress to families that I work with or situations when I'm educating the hospital staff that we are there to support the family. That's first and foremost. This mom, this dad, this husband, this wife, this child of the patient, they're in a very bad position at that moment and they need that support. One thing about Live on New York that I do love is that we are able to sit with this family the whole day if need be and give them that support. Whereas in other entities within the hospital may not be able to do that, we can do that. We can sit with them all day, check in with them. If they need space, we can give that to them. Other resources, we're able to help them with that. I think that's very important. And that's one thing I do like to stress is making sure our families are heard, understood, and feel comforted by not only the hospital, but by Live on New York as well.
Right. Renee, in that same vein, and making sure that the family is heard and feeling comforted, the instances where you've had to deal with concerns for faith, what is Live On's general practice when addressing these types of concerns?
Well, one of the things we always try to do and instruct families to do is to consult their religious leader, whomever that person may be, because a lot of times there's misconceptions about donation as far as religion is concerned. And so we want the family to feel comfortable, and we do encourage them to speak with their religious leader and get more information on that. In situations, there are times when we also educate families around the religious belief of whatever their loved one may have been practicing, and we provide information that way. But as I said before, we always want to encourage them to seek out the information themselves from their religious leader.
Awesome. Thank you. Minister Jones, as a man of faith, you were originally against Jaleel becoming an organ donor. Why? And what changed your mind? Did your faith play a part in your decision?
Absolutely not. What played a part in my decision was my daughter. And I could just give you the picture. I was not there the day before when my wife and Katrina met with Fred. I didn't know who Fred was. All I do know is that the following day, my daughter was down and out, and I took her, as Katrina calls me, Papa Bear. I was in my Papa Bear mode and walk her around the hallway, just consoling and hugging and holding hands and talking, trying to make her laugh. And then comes this person coming into my space. And he said hello to Katrina, and he said hello to me, and I said hello with a stink eye on him. Said, hi, how are you? And then he started talking to Katrina. So Katrina, I just wanted to talk to you again about becoming a donor. And I looked at him and I almost said a few explicit words, but I do know I said, hell. And as I was about to go into my tangent, my 18-year-old daughter just looked at him and said, of course. And that calming voice or spirit that my wife just described exuded through Katrina. And I had to step back and say, yo, who is the parent here? Or who is the mature adult here? Then I got some information about what happened prior to. So then I said, okay, so you all kept me out of the whole thing here. Just caught me off guard. But the best decision ever in life, it was. So was it my religion? It was not. And mind you, of course, I'm a minister. Mind you that I checked yes on my driver's license at 15, that I do want to become a donor. But at that moment, it wasn't the time I wanted to hear because I was in Papa mode at that time.
Right. Dr. Jones, as a reverend, I direct this question to you. And going through everything that you went through, how would you now counsel those who may be struggling with this decision as it relates to abiding by perceived and or actual religious practices?
I think there are a lot of misconceptions in most religions about organ donation. Right behind that is cremation, those two top subjects. And so I wouldn't do any differently. I just counsel the family and let them know that there is nothing wrong with organ donation. In fact, our religion is Christianity. And so Christians are meant to love their neighbors as themselves, right? And we talked about this before with Minister Phil as well, about the fact that would you receive a donation, right? And so if we would receive a donation, we would also want to give a donation, right? Because we're loving our neighbors as ourselves. Christianity is very practical and responsible. And so there are many scriptures in the Bible. James 1:27 is one of them that talks about your outward expression of what's inside your heart. And so what could be a better, test, right, of having an inward peace and an inward purity than to be able to offer this to someone. Right. And then also what's really important to me is I felt like in Jalil's case that Jalil living on in other people was a healing process for us. So it's not only healed the recipient and the recipient's family, but it's the first step of being healed in your own family if you are the donor family. So I would encourage them, most denominations and religions that I saw, I did some research before this, and most of them do not have a problem whatsoever with organ donation. And I think we just need to spread that word a little bit better than we have been.
Awesome. Thank you. And you actually answered my next question, which was, in your journey to becoming a reverend and a doctor of divinity, did you come across any policies that would prohibit organ donation and transplantation within communities of faith?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. And I think, because it's such a personal, God gave us these bodies. We're the temple of the Holy Spirit. And so rightfully so, people want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. But because of lack of information, they assume, oh, this is such a personal thing with my body and God gave it to me that we can't share. Right. But we can.
Right. Renee, how common are these cases where religion is the main factor for non-consent?
It happens quite often. I don't have an exact percentage for you, but it is one of the top, I would say, 3 reasons why families say they don't want to donate. And as Reverend Dr. Jones stated, the lack of education, the lack of information about religion and what is and isn't acceptable within a particular religion. And we try our best to educate around that. As I said before, we do try to divert people to speak to their own religious leaders, but it happens a lot, unfortunately.
All right. Minister Jones, especially now hearing that, is organ donation and or end of life planning a common discussion in houses of worship? Why or why not?
It is not a common discussion, and it should be. And the reality is that in most houses of worship, especially those of color, we all know someone that's on dialysis or receiving something right now, and at first they said, we're waiting for my loved one to receive a kidney. Well, there's only two ways you're going to get one, either by a family member or someone had to transition on. And if that person did transition on, my question to you, will you not accept that kidney because that person transitioned and wants to donate that to you? Or would you accept that? Because if that's the case, then you're saying that you're not going, or you don't believe in giving away or being a donor. It negates itself. So I think when we bring it home that way, because we all know someone that knows somebody that's gone through that, and we don't think about how this one receives this piece. We're just excited that we have a few more years that love them because they did have that kidney donation.
Definitely, definitely. Given what you know now, would you, and I know the answer, I know what the answer is, but I'm going to ask anyway. But given what you know now, and especially some of the information that Renee has shared, would you make the same decision again to support your daughter in organ donation?
Yes, I would for sure, without a doubt. Even more so, sharing Jaleel's story, because I have not said Jaleel's name so often over the past 20 years, and recently to now, I have not said a word about Jaleel. But when we talk about this 4-paragraph biography of this little boy and all the lives that it has touched, it amazes me on how people respond. And even those who that they at one time or another, they may have thought differently about this here, that little child right there has just has the gift that keeps on giving. And I love telling his story. And every time I tell a story, it's a different chapter that comes out of this 43-day-old biography. So it amazes me. And the responses I get from people, I want to go home and share this with my family members, with my friends about Jaleel.
Right.
So as long as I keep on saying, I'm going to keep on telling the story about him.
It sounds like this experience has had really an amazing effect on you as a father and as a minister.
Oh, most definitely.
And a husband.
And a husband and whatever. I mean, it is, I can't even, I enjoy speaking on it. And every time I talk about it, I get emotional, and I'm very passionate. As you all know, my story about Jaleel can go on for at least a good 45 minutes. So it's tough to hold myself in. There has to be a part 2 and 3.
Sound bites.
I'm trying my best to do it, to hold back, but
it
is amazing.
Thank you. Well, as we begin to wrap up our discussion, I would like to give each of you guys an opportunity to maybe shed some insight or feedback. So Dr. Jones and Minister Jones, and I will go to Renee. As a senior member of Live On New York's hospital services team, a very well-respected member of this organization, what would be your advice or feedback to Dr. Jones and Minister Jones on how to best address the realities of donation and transplantation with those that they serve in the faith community?
Well, first, I want to thank both Reverend Dr. Jones and Minister Jones for your support of organ donation and all that you've done throughout the years to help lift up others in their time of need, regardless of what that need was. Thank you for that. As far as speaking to those who you serve in your congregation or elsewhere, I would definitely ask that you encourage people to talk about these things before their loved one ends up in the hospital. I always tell the hospital staff that I work with, I'm not here to convince anyone to be an organ donor or to be a tissue donor. I'm here to educate you so that you, the hospital staff, and you, the families, and you, the community know what donation is, so that if and when you're ever placed in that position, you have a better understanding of it. So if it's possible, encouraging your congregation, encouraging the communities to think about donation, to make their wishes known to their family. They may not actually sign up to be a donor, and that's their prerogative to do or not do, but at least have the conversation with their family to let them know what they would want at the end of life. And also to get more education on donation and not just, fall into the myths and misconceptions that are out there, but to actually speak with someone who is aware of it, who's educated on it, to get the proper information to make that right decision at the end of their life.
Definitely. Thank you, Renee. And I actually would like to piggyback on that. As a community and government affairs liaison here at Live on New York, the issue of religion definitely comes up very often. It is one of the top reasons why folks are declining to become organ donors, to sign up. Having the opportunity to come into the houses of worship and educate the parishioners, educate the staff and the clergy, you two have taken an enormous step, and we would like for you to help us to get in through these doors so we can share this information. And as Renee said, to dispel these myths and misconceptions about organ donation. There are so many sensationalized stories that are just flat out not true about organ donation as it relates to the heavily federally regulated process that we participate in here in the United States. There's so many myths and misconceptions that we need to dispel, and we could definitely continue to use your help to do that. And with that said, I would like to extend that question to the two of you, Dr. Jones and Minister Jones. As a faith leader in your community, what would be your advice or feedback to Live on New York on how to best address this barrier to donation?
Well, thank you for having us. And we definitely, both of us have discussed it, that we're in it for the long haul, and any help that you all need, we're here. I think just lifting up the voices and actually going out to different churches and asking them to form a ministry around it. So sometimes you go to churches and you say, Live on New York, we're here to talk about it. But have you really asked the question, who's interested, and do you want to lead this charge, basically? That's what I would do. Also, when I was pastoring, just 6 months ago, I was pastoring, we used to always have estate planning, financial planning, aging planning. Yes. Never once did we mention organ donation. Right. And I think that's a perfect place to put that into that whole cycle of what we're doing.
Perfect place for it. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you both have any advice for your colleagues, for the faith community in total, that may be watching this segment? Do you have a call to action for them?
I think for me, so my denomination is Presbyterian, and we have a big PCUSA website that has what we believe in, so forth and so on. And I think if we go all the way up to the top, as opposed to the local congregation, that could also be helpful. So placing things on the PCUSA website would trickle down to all of the congregations, so forth and so on. Besides that, definitely reaching out to every minister in our presbytery or whatever church it is, to say, one, have you thought about it? Have you preached on it as well? I had the opportunity when Katrina came to our church to actually preach about giving, and it's not only money, it's, giving in general. So have you preached on it? Have you taught Bible studies on it? Even having a curriculum specifically for ministers to teach about organ donation is a pretty, for me, pretty easy thing that ministers could do.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And Minister, did you have anything?
Well,
to
I was going
add
to
to
say
that?
I'm in sales, and normally whenever I want to get something done on a bigger scale, like I go to the top, and whatever
Mhm.
that top person tells the people below to say and do, they will do it. And especially in churches, if there is the bishop, you have the bishop councils, and then whenever they have that ministry or that plan of action for the following year, all the pastors are supposed to do these steps, and they should do it, because if you want to, at certain church, if you want to stay at that church the next year when it's time to be called back, you have to make sure that certain steps are being handled the way that that bishop wants it handled. So I would definitely, as Reverend Jones said, let's stop top down and work it down that way. And then believe me, it will sprinkle across the board. And hearing everyone's story to the bishop's council, because it's so important right now to spread the word some kind of way.
Definitely, definitely. Well, we are at the end of our segment. I would like to, Don, we have not heard from you. If you have any, I know you're relatively new to the Live on New York family, but please feel welcome. I'd like to give everyone a minute or 30 seconds or so just to give some closing remarks before we wrap it up.
Thank you so much for having me, and I really appreciate you coming on here and sharing such a powerful story. I just have a question. If there's anything you would say to a person or another family who would potentially be in that situation, what would you say to them?
I'm going to direct that question to Dr. and Minister Jones.
What would I say to them if they had the potential to give
Yes, sorry.
life? Yeah, no, that's okay, because I've learned to do both sides, right? I would first say, as a minister, I would first have to say, seek God. I would just really give them the information. And because even after you give people the information, it's still their decision. And we try not to strong arm people. So prayer, basically. And I would pray with them and just, try to figure out what's on their heart. Also, answering questions, I think, is really important, because people will have questions, even besides, is it legal to do? Is it ethical to do? There's still other questions that come up from people's stories. So listening, praying, giving information.
And I would have to say that I would just have to tell our story. And that's the only way I could go about it. Of course, in addition to praying and everything, but when you tell someone's story, it's like going out there saying, "Don't go out there being a drag addict or don't drink alcohol." And you're preaching in front of the pulpit, and a lot of folks, especially the millennials, well, you haven't done it, been there. Why should I listen to you? Well, we've been there and done that, and we know the struggles you're going through right now. But let me tell you what the just reward is on the other end. And I think we heard a story of those who received was a recipient of an organ, but you don't hear many of the stories of those like ours 22, 23 years later, and how we are still sharing the story and how it's still impactful as if it was day one. So I think sharing that story, and also like Reverend Jones said, to sit there and consult in your own private closet and praying is important. Get your own answer.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Jones. Thank you, Minister Jones. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Don. Thank you to Juneteenth NYC. Thank you to Emoja Events for allowing Live on New York the platform to spread this information, to share this absolutely amazing and moving story that is still changing lives 20 plus years later. Please check out Live on New York. We are doing so much to move the needle in this industry, in this field. As I mentioned earlier, we're doing it alongside our hospital partners, our amazing staff. As I said earlier, we are one of Crane's 2022 best places to work in NYC. If you want to become an organ donor, if you want to get more information about becoming an organ donor, please visit our website at Live On New York. That's LIVEONNY.org. You can register to be an organ donor right on our site. You can find out what we're doing, events we're hosting. You can look and see, we are doing lots of hirings. You can check out and see what positions are available, but please stay connected. If you want to volunteer your time, you can volunteer. You can sign up to be a volunteer on our website. You can follow us on social media at LIVEONNY on all social media platforms. But again, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for tuning in. Please share this video. It most definitely will change or save a life one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Shawnee. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
All
you
right.
for inviting us.
Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NYC. This is a special invitation for you to attend with Juneteenth NY. We're thrilled to announce that this year's celebration promises to be bigger and better than ever before. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with a wide array of exciting performances, delightful vendors, mouth-watering food trucks and vendors, an exclusive fashion show, a rally at Barclay Steps, a free bus ride with health drink tastings. Don't miss that. For those of you with little ones, don't worry, we've got you covered also. Juneteenth NY 2023 is the event for all ages. We'll be featuring a dedicated kids zone so that your young ones can join in on the fun. So why wait? Grab your free tickets. Yes, free. It doesn't cost anything, but we do need you to register so that we can prepare for the amount of people that will be in attendance on the weekend. So we look forward for you to go to our website at www.juneteenthny.com, or you can go to our Instagram at JuneteenthNY, like us, follow us, engage with our page. We love to see you participating. It warms my heart. Trust me, it does. And then go to our link tree and you'll get a direct link to register. This will be a monumental occasion. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you and have a good one.
Up next, community, we are going to go and take a deeper dive. This is a very, 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 very sensitive topic, and I just want to kind of put a little bit of a warning out there that this may trigger some people out there. We are going to be speaking with Dr. Donna Barnes, who will be here to give us a presentation on suicide. She is the CEO and founder of DHB Wellness and Associates, where she conducts life coaching, grief recovery, and suicide prevention training on suicide risk management. I'm sure as I have become aware of and pay attention to the news, the rates of suicide in our community are up a whole lot more than when I was I'll just say this much. My son is 22 and he has experienced the loss of 3 friends at this young, tender age that have given in to the pressures of life. And at 46, I can't say that I have one close friend that has. So this is just something that definitely affects our youth, that is affecting our community at a very high rate. And it's something that we all need to be aware of and to learn as much as we can about, so that we can support our loved ones and be there when they need us. So let's hear what Dr. Barnes has to say. She is of NOPCUS, the National Organization for People of Color Against Suicide.
Hi, my name is Dr. Donna Holland Barnes, co-founder of the National Organization for People of Color Against Suicide, better known as NOPCUS. NOPCUS was founded in 1998 by 3 parents who lost sons to suicide in the early 1990s. Myself, Doris Smith out of Atlanta, and Les Franklin out of Denver. We saw a need to educate communities of color on suicide in the Black communities and to help families who have lost loved ones to suicide get through the grieving process. NOPCUS was the first Black organization where suicide prevention was its primary focus. Since 1998, we have held national conferences in communities of color for 10 straight years. Our last conference was in 2010. Now we provide training and resources for those communities looking to be trained and recognize the signs when someone's in a suicidal crisis. During those active years, we learned that our communities present suicide behavior differently than the dominant culture. When we become suicidal, many times we purposely live a dangerous life because life no longer has a meaning. Then there are times when we become very vulnerable, impulsive, fearless, and with a desired method, we take our own life. It is interesting to note that back then, in the late 90s, or the early 90s, it is interesting to note that in the early 90s, when we lost our sons to suicide, there was nobody in our communities talking about it. Absolutely no one. So it was hard to heal in a community when no one's talking about it. It's a taboo topic. So when we founded NOPCUS and started going to Black communities, talking about suicide prevention and intervention in the communities and having workshops and having speakers talk about the causes, the effects, and what we can do about it, what we can do to stop it, what we can do to decrease it, what we can do for survivors of suicide. At first, when we started, people didn't want us coming to their community talking about a taboo subject. What are you doing here? We don't want you. But eventually, people started realizing that there was a need. I can remember a time when we had a conference in Raleigh, North Carolina. And it was put in the paper that NOPCUS was coming to town. And a maintenance person in a local school read it. And when he read it, he went to the principal and said, I need to go to this conference. I really do need to go to this conference. Because he was a Black man working in a Black school and he would hear stories. Kids would talk to the maintenance guy. He was friendly, he was reachable, he would listen to them, and he literally got the school to pay for his registration to come to our conference. When he told his story, we were amazed. We were amazed. Even though people at first didn't accept us coming to the community doing the training, we kept doing it anyway, so that they would realize that, look, this is something that happens in our community and we have to stop hiding it. We have to stop camouflaging the cause of death, calling it an accident, calling it cleaning their gun, an overdose, whatever. We needed to have people recognize the signs, because the only way we could prevent suicide in our neighborhoods is to talk about it. Presently, the rate of suicide has increased among young Black males under the age of 12, as well as those between ages 15 and 25. We're in a crisis, and we need to continue talking about it and doing something about it. NOC still does training. You can come to your community and do all the training that you need, and we have resources on our site. We support other people, other organizations who want to do something about suicide prevention. The important thing that we need to understand is that any organization that we have in our community, working with youth, working with people of color, should have suicide prevention somewhere in the mix. Do something about suicide prevention. Talk about it, hold whatever you need to hold, a seminar, what have you, in reference to suicide prevention. We should talk about it in our churches. We should talk about it in the schools. The schools are starting to do some kind of training for faculty and staff to recognize the signs when the students are in suicidal crisis, but not enough, and not wide enough. Talk about it in schools, faith-based institutions, any community-based organization, whatever you have in your community working with kids, talk about it. Now, generally what I do with young kids, elementary school age, I don't talk about suicide. I generally talk about coping skills, because that's the thing that they're missing when they're thinking of suicide. They're missing the coping skills. What happens is their coping mechanisms break down. Most of the time, our coping mechanisms are intact. But for not just kids, anyone who's thinking about suicide and actually attempts or complete suicide, it's because their coping mechanisms have broken down. It's because life at that moment has no more meaning. It's because they're trying to move here and there and go forward, and something is getting in their way. They see no way out to continue their journey. We have to help them get through those roadblocks. We have to help the suicidal person understand that you'll get through this. You'll make it. I am going to take a few minutes, because the suicide rates are increasing among Black males under the age of 12. I'm going to take a few minutes to go over talking with your children. We're good parents. We try to do what's right, but sometimes kids still feel that we don't understand. When I talk to youth, or when other people are telling me what their youth are saying in these schools, most of the time they're saying that my parents just don't understand. And that's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Okay, so In talking with your children, many times it's very hard to figure out whether they're being typical or are they troubled. Sometimes we need to really be able to hone in on the difference. Because if we know the difference between whether they're typical or troubled, we can make a difference. As mentioned, the suicide rate among Black youth have been found to be increasing faster than any other racial ethnic group. So we can have children in our family who are constantly acting up, constantly getting into trouble. And what we need to know, when they take their own life at a very early age, such as 12 and under, we're wondering, how could we have picked up the signs? We're wondering, where did we go wrong? Well, let's look at the acronym FIDI, F-I-D-I. F for frequency. How often does the outburst or the behavior occur? Daily, weekly, monthly. I for intensity. How forceful are the outbursts? And do they cause trauma for others around them or cause negative reactions by others? D is for duration. How long does it last? Is it all night, all morning, all day, or maybe just a few minutes? I for impairment. How much does it get in the way of you being able to do the things as a family? Impairment is a telltale sign, especially if it gets in the way of family relationships and causing conflict between family members. So it's FIDI, F-I-D-I, frequency, intensity, duration, and impairment. And again, impairment is a telltale sign, especially if it gets in the way of family relationships and cause conflict between family members. Possible causes. And the causes aren't so important as the fact that that's what they're presenting at the time. But I'll talk to you just a little about the causes. It could be biological. It could be genetics. It could be strong reactions to interruptions. Sometimes kids are very sensitive and vulnerable, and they have very strong reactions to their daily rhythm. Kids like consistency. When they come into the house, they expect everything to be the same. They love consistency. So if their daily rhythm is interrupted, such as hunger or lack of sleep, irritability, they may react. Sometimes they have the inability to control their emotions. They're very sensitive sometimes, very temperamental, especially if we are giving harsh discipline. They react to harsh discipline. They react to harsh discipline and threats more than anything. And if you have harsh disciplines and threats, their behavior gets even worse. So sometimes you want to tone that down. They're acting out for a reason. Kids don't necessarily want to be out of line. They're acting out for a reason. So that's when it's time to sit them down and say, okay, let's have a talk. As parents, we often find that it is necessary to adjust our parenting skills. What we are looking for in our children is to behave so that behavior is not disruptive, it's productive, and it's obedient. That's what we're looking for. So sometimes they step outside those lines. When you decide to sit down and talk to this child, let them know that you care. Ask them what they feel they want or need from you in the conversation. Remember that you are talking with them and not to them. And don't judge. They already know that they're acting up. So please don't make them feel any worse by judging them or comparing them to another brother or sister or a neighbor. Don't judge, don't compare. Express an interest in what they say without being pushy or intrusive. Don't talk down to them and don't lecture. Talk to them as an equal. Kids are smart. They're much smarter than you think they are. Let them complete their sentences or finish sharing their point of view before you respond. Remember what it was like when you were a child. You also need to be genuine and honest. Be genuine and honest with your kids. Sometimes when things happen to a child that's very traumatic to them, we don't know how traumatic it is because they can't tell us. They don't have the words to express how this is making them feel. Like losing a pet. Sometimes we need to be able to let them talk about the loss without trivializing it. Or let them talk about any kind of traumatic thing that's happening to them at school without trivializing it. Because they don't know how to process hurt feelings, trauma, because they never learned. We learned everything else when we were growing up. How to get through school, how to have a good relationship, get married, have children, have a job. We learned all of these things, but we never learned how to deal with trauma. And it starts when they notice something's going on with you. They'll look up and say, "What's wrong, Mom?" Or "What's wrong, Dad?" And you say, "Oh, everything is fine. We're doing good. Just go play. We're doing fine." They can see it in your face that everything is not fine. So they learn at a very early age to hide it. Because that's what you guys are doing to them. You're hiding your feelings. And they think that whenever something's wrong, you're not supposed to express it. So they don't learn. They don't learn language and they don't learn how to do that. So we need to let them know that we're here for you. Talk about it without trivializing it. That's the last thing you want to do. What's major to them may be minor to you, but that's not important. The important thing is that it's major to them. The most important thing, like I said, is your willingness to listen. Don't rush through the conversation. Don't interrupt. Don't feel that your point of view needs to be heard because you're there to listen to them. If they keep repeating themselves, that's fine. That's fine. You don't want to make them feel that you're really not paying attention. All you're thinking about is getting dinner ready. Use paraphrasing when you're trying to repeat what you heard, such as, "Let me make sure I understand this. You said that, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah." And that tells them you're really listening because you're feeding it back to them. If they ask you a tough question and you don't know, let them know you don't know, but that together you'll work on finding an answer. Listen to their point of view, even if it's difficult to hear, because as parents, we're constantly on the defensive. We hear our child telling us something, and you're saying, "Oh my gosh, I don't remember that like that. I don't remember saying that." No, that's not how I felt. What I was trying to do was, don't argue with them. If that's how they saw whatever they're talking about, that's how they saw it. There's really no truth, all perspective, because your kids can have a different perspective of something that happened 2 years ago than you. You got your perspective, which is your truth. They got their perspective, which is their truth. Don't argue about who's right or wrong. It's all perspective. Hear theirs, and don't feel it necessary at that particular time to tell them what your perspective is. Just hear them. And if you can just listen to them, get their point of view, even if it's difficult, if you can do that, you'll be amazed at how much you have opened up the communication gap. you'll be surprised how you have started. You'll be surprised at how much the lines of communication are open. You want to acknowledge their opinions and their feelings while also working with them to commit to safety and life. Resist getting into an argument, like I mentioned, and emphasize the fact that there are resources available for them if they need to get help outside. And you want to remain impartial as much as possible. You want to remind them that their own personal worth. And you want to let them know that you sincerely believe that they can make it through whatever they're going through, because you're there for them. You're there to protect. You're there to help them get through what they're going through. And it's really important that we understand that. So talking and communicating to your kids will go a long, long way, because they feel isolated, they feel that nobody understands, and let it start at home. Let it start at home. Sometimes it's hard as parents, but you can do this. I know you can. So finally, the other thing I wanted to go through is the importance of making sure that you have some form of suicide prevention entities within these organizations in your community. Let's take church, for instance. Most churches have a health ministry. Some have a health ministry and a mental health ministry. Most of them have health ministries with mental health combined. Number one, you got physical health, that should be one ministry. You got mental health, that should be another ministry. Suicide prevention should be another ministry, separate and apart from mental health, because most of us are under the common belief that if you're suicidal, it's a mental health condition. Not all the time. You can be suicidal and not be diagnosed with a mental health condition and not have a mental disorder. Suicide and depression are not synonymous. This is why I say separate it from mental health. Separate it from mental health. The other thing that's important is it's not a numbers game. So let's say you start a suicide prevention discussion or ministry and nobody shows up. That's fine. Next month, nobody shows up. That's fine. Next month, nobody shows up. Don't take it off the books. People need to know that it's there. People need to know that every Tuesday at 7:30, once a month or twice a month, that it's there. And they might take a long time coming. But if you keep it on the books, don't ever take it off the books. If you're going to do it, don't take it off the books. Be committed. It's not a numbers game. If one or two people show up for 2 months of a meeting, they needed it. They needed it. I've been doing support groups since 2004. If I depended on the numbers, that support group wouldn't be running anymore. I still do support because it's inevitable that people are going to kill themselves, leaving behind families lost, not knowing what to do or how to get through it, because sometimes they become suicidal. So support groups are very important. If you want to start a support group, let me know. We also train people on how to start support groups. There's so much to say and so little time. So I'm going to stop right there. If you have any questions or you want any resources, you can go to our website, NOPCAS, NOPCAS.org. And when you go on that website, the number is there. But I can also give you the number. It's 301-529-8255. 4699. Thank you.
Up next, we have Charmaine Callender, who's here to talk about elderly care and who cares for the caregiver. This will be a conversation about our family members and their last days, but also as well as what it looks like to be your purpose, and also caring for lives or supporting lives on their journey from beginning to end. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this nurturing segment. All right, community. So as I just introduced, I am here talking with Charmaine Callender, and we're here to discuss elderly care and who cares for the caregiver. So I know a lot of Charmaine's background and history in this area because we are friends, we are sisters, we are besties. And but what I would love to have Charmaine do is share a little bit of your background, share a little bit about your role as a caregiver, how you've gotten to that place, and then we'll go on from there.
Oh, wow. How did I get to this place of being a caregiver?
Margaret.
It started off actually as a little girl. I remember the little 12-year-old, the little 13-year-old. My family had just transitioned from, migrated from London back to Trinidad. So it was a different kind of lifestyle. There, I got introduced to feeding the poor and the hungry. They would do it as a form of Thanksgiving, like for your birthday, you'll cook and you'll feed the hungry as a way of giving thanks and appreciation for your time around the solar. And so I used to, when it was my time to cook, I would tell this homeless guy across the street, we call him Punk. I say, Punk, make sure you pass tomorrow. I'm cooking. And my mother used to be hot, but it triggered me because she was angry that I was giving somebody who couldn't do anything better for themselves. I was giving them food, and it would trigger her. And I really didn't put it together until I came up here to the States when I was around 24. I started doing it again on the train. They asked for money, I'll give them $1. And she was like, well, why do you do that? And it was like, well, Ma, they're in need. Well, give me the money. I'm in need. I'll show you what I can do with it. Say, you got a roof over your head. You got food on the table. So no, I'm not going to give you the money, but I will give it to them. Well, what if you take it and use it to buy drugs? I said, that's not my concern. My concern is the intention, the energy that I'm giving it to them. So even if they take it and they use it for something, not wrong, but use it for something that it's not good, like for drugs and alcohol, the energy that I give them, that money, that comes along with that money, I'm hoping that energy, at that time, I was hoping that energy could transform in them. I had no clue, Jamie, that this is where I was going to end up with my life. I've always had a knack for the elderly. I love to sit in their lap and listen to their stories and comb their hair and make them feel pretty, because, we tend to forget them. Society tends to forget the elderly now. And so, wow. Whew.
I love that.
And then comes my mom. My mom got ill, and I looked after her, not as often as I can, because she lived in London and I was in the States. So when I would go over there, I would take care of her and whatnot. She became disabled, diabetes, breast cancer, stage 2, 3, lupus, you name it, a complicated case. And then after she transitioned, my cousin Margaret got ill, and my family member remembered that I used to take care of my mother. And so then look after my cousin Margaret. And I, without even thinking, I said yes. Now, she was not the easiest of persons. She was not the easiest to deal with, but I knew spiritually there was something there for me. I did not know at the time what it was, but I knew there was something for me. Yeah. And that's how I end up in elderly care today. And I can even go even further. now that we're talking, I just remembered I actually did a CNA course. I never did the state exam to get certified.
Got that.
Yeah, isn't that something? So it's something that has always been there in the making. It's just, I just did not know that's what I was doing.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the beauty of life. A lot of times our purpose is sitting there right under our nose, but because we're not taught to follow the patterns of our behaviors, of our passions, of the things that fire us up, the things that are causes that we stand up for, we're not taught to follow the pebbles in the road of purpose.
Right.
And that's kind of like what comes up for me as you go back through your memory. And I'm sure as we're having this conversation, it'll probably be more instances that pop up in your mind as we're chatting. One of the things that really resonated with me was that energy. I've always told people when I do gift people on the subways and in the trains, I definitely have a love for the ones that actually just say, listen, I want to get a little drink and I don't have the money for it and whatever, because I'll give it to them even quicker because of the honesty in it. But again, if they tell me they're hungry and they're going to get food and they do go get drink or drug, maybe that, number one, releasing judgment. It's an opportunity for me to release judgment because maybe that is their food.
That's sure.
When you're not in a healthy space and you're not healed and you're traumatized and operating from trauma or from lack, which if you're homeless, how full are you? So it's it's just super interesting how people's judgments of things they try to place on us. And I'm just grateful that people like you and I don't listen to the outside noise, that we follow our hearts and where our hearts are guiding us to go. Because what I've always said is that at the end of the day, if they say it's for one thing and it's for another, it's their cross to bear with God, not mine.
Absolutely.
Because like you stated, it's from your intention, it's from your heart. It's from you wanting to help that person in that moment of need. So, friend, I do know that our Margaret was definitely not easy. So what would you share to those that are out there that may have an elder in their family or maybe the caregiver that's giving to the elderly members in their family, whether it's a parent or a distant family member? I have a cousin in Virginia who's supporting with lovely Aunt Mary right now, who's not in her last days, but is just in a space in life where she needs that support. What do you find are some of the challenges that you come up against, that you came up against, number one, and then also share some tips that you would give to folks as you're walking into this new, because I'm sure when you said yes back home in Trinidad, number one, you were coming back to New York again to live. You were newly married and also didn't really know what you were saying yes to because you hadn't necessarily seen her in this new space. Yes, she was your cousin, but you knew her, but she was also your mom's cousin. So she's an elder, older than you, and you didn't know what you were walking into. You didn't know what you were walking into contract-wise with the family. You didn't know what you were walking into living arrangement-wise, like so many things that you didn't know. What are some of the gems that you could give to the community who may end up in this same position?
Ooh. Make sure you negotiate for yourself first and foremost. Even though it's family, we tend to get comfortable. I got comfortable. It's my family, it's my cousin, it's Margaret. I knew her since the age of 24 and she remembered me and I did not like her. So I looked at it as an opportunity to get to know her again. Because like I said, she was not, as you know, she was not a nice person. She softened up a lot in the end, but make sure that when you negotiate with family that you put time in there for yourself, because in the heat of the moment when we're all trying to figure things out, and it's human nature sometimes, we tend to we'll meet on the meeting block, and we come to the solution. And then once we've got the solution, everybody disperse like ants and go back into their respective places, and they forget the person that they put there. So that's why I say it's key that if it's family, whether it's family or not, negotiate your time for yourself, where you at least get 2 days out of the week for yourself, and that you don't walk in taking yes. The yes is out of the mouth and nothing written in black and white. You need a contract. Get a contract that says, I'm going to work from Monday to Friday. I'm off Saturday, or I leave Friday night at 9 o'clock and I come back Sunday evening at 9 o'clock. You got to have it in black and white, because when you don't, people forget. They walk out and they forget. You don't forget because it pertains to you, but everybody else forgets because it's not really important to them. Yeah. Some other gems is to give yourself grace, to find healing circles where you can actually get that support. I'm not sure I understand. Where you can actually get that support. I don't know what's wrong with Siri, but she don't understand technology today. Find yourself support. Get that support. Is really, really, really key. I didn't have that support in the beginning, and I was like pulling my hair out. As you know, when we met, I was like, oh my God, I was so frustrated until I started putting things in place. I started taking that time, taking back me time and going to the gym, taking me time and doing Be the Tree, taking me time and doing Wake Up Everybody and Be the Tree and Wake Up Everybody. For those who don't know, they're healing spaces that both Jamie and myself, we participate in. And if it wasn't for those two and for our friendship and being able to have that outside support, someone just to listen when I'm in story and I'm going a mile a minute, just for somebody to listen is key. So make sure you have a support system in place, other than making sure that you have negotiated time for yourself. And make sure you negotiate your money right as well, because family will do you dirty. Family will do you dirty. And the things that family expect you to do, because it's family and they paying you, family expect you to do every and anything. So you're not just caregiver, but you're also the advocate for the person. You're also the ears, eyes, nose, everything for this individual. And the family expects for you to report back to them in great detail as to what's going on with their loved ones. Mind you, some of them don't want to get involved, but they want you to be able to tell them everything. So you have to really have that supportive network, that support network in place. So you have somewhere where you can go and you can dump your frustrations.
You know what comes up for me as well is boundaries.
Yeah.
Creating boundaries, because while yes, the family member can't do it themselves, but sometimes they want an unrealistic account of what has taken place. Like when you're in action and taking care of someone, it's very hard to relay everything. So it's almost like when you're in those predicaments where someone's micromanaging you and you have to create that boundary to not control, but to balance how it lands on you. Because if we allow people to dictate every little thing of what they want from us, then they could be taking everything. And where's the time for you? Because if you're caregiving all day long, now you got to give account all night long. Where's your you time?
Yeah. I had no me time. I remember,
and I remember you having to pay other people in order to have that you time.
In order to have that you time.
So community, hear this, that when she's saying negotiate your prices, that it's more than just your time per hour that you're looking for. You're looking for everything that you would look for on a regular job, everything that you want on a regular job. Why, yes, they may not pay medical benefits, they may not pay this, but give me the paperwork to be able to go and get what I need to get then.
That's right.
Support me just like you want me to support you. in order for me to caregive, I have to be able to care for myself. So make sure that there's a backup family member.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Don't have the person be the only family member, especially if you're operating from a space of this is a family person, so let's treat them this way. Then yes, you definitely need to make sure that you're getting more than one family member that signs up for this, because I saw what that looked like. I saw what it looked like on you. And even though you started the working out and you started your different things and doing different things, I also saw what it put on you to now do 2 jobs in one.
Yeah.
At one time. And while you learn to manage it, which is the basis of our work, is learning how to deal with this crazy life and not be triggered left and right, and to deal with our stuff so that we can actually deal with the real life stuff. I saw you doing that and saw it in actual action and what it looks like. But I also saw the toll that it was taking on you in the process.
And still today, you know, and that's why I say it's so important to make sure in the beginning you negotiate that time for yourself, because I was oh my God, before I left and went to Georgia, you know, I gotta mention my home, Georgia, y'all. Georgia is where my heart is. I live in New York, but Georgia is where my heart is. And my kids and grandkids are actually, they still stay in Georgia. But what's coming up for me is I did not have any time for myself, and I lost I lost the social side of who I am.
Got that.
I was a social butterfly here in New York. You can tell me nothing. This time of the year, I call this Caribbean time, because you know the parties out there, we doing our thing, and
from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Yeah, and I've become so conditioned to staying in a house 24/7, 365, that now when I get invited to go out places, I'm afraid.
I was just getting ready to say, so there's one other area that I would be remiss to not flow the conversation in that direction. And I'm sure that this was probably the height of most of people's experiencing exactly what we're talking about. And this was not even just with the elderly. This was as we all had to like take care of each other when the world shut down. You were also at the beginning or in the spin of this tail journey. So what else comes up for me is like, what does it look like when you're caregiving for an elder? You have programs and places that they go to in place so that they can have a social life and still interact. And then the world shuts down. Because I have it that we have no idea when that can happen again. It could happen tomorrow and we have no idea. It could come around again. Yeah. We don't know when another airborne something is going to happen. And we don't know when we'll be back to being, especially as you see technology and all these things put into place. And then not only that, we're about to go into 2024 presidential runs. So we have a climate that could easily be shut down at any time. We live in a society that, although we operate from this entitlement of freedom, an entitlement of do what we want, when we want, how we want, we never know when that's going to come to a halt again. So share what that was like. What was it like to have someone that was in programs, had places to go, who then had nowhere to go, and you just shared the impact on you. But I know that there was probably even more further impact that was there.
Yeah.
So share that with us.
Yeah. Wow, when the world shut down and I could not take Margaret to I couldn't take her to church. She was one love to eat. I couldn't take her out for her little tea, her cup of tea, or a restaurant. She liked to go visit family. We couldn't go anywhere. And it was so beautiful because even though we were at a standstill, I got to be at a standstill as well. And in that standstill, I was able to find empathy deep down. I've always had empathy because I'm from the school of social work, but you know, and it's a family member, you tend to be frustrated more. And I was not exercising. I wasn't operating with her from the lens of empathy at all. It was all personal. But empathy, I got a newness, a refresher look on how to have empathy. And we started enjoying each other. The first day I was able to actually take her to her doctor's appointment, we sat down, it was out in Long Island. We sat down outside and we walked across to the diner and we sat down and we just ate. And we could not believe, even though she had dementia and whatnot, there were moments when she was coherent, when she would connect. And I'll say, Margaret, isn't this such a beautiful thing that we can finally come outside and eat? And she'd say, you know, that's right, Terry. You know, because she never called me Charmaine. She always called me Terry. Yeah. I got to find myself with then Wake Up Everybody was birth. I was doing Be the Tree, and those two safe spaces is what really helped me develop that emphatic side of me. Yeah, so I was able to deal with her, even though I was on lockdown myself, and I was able to deal with myself. But back then, I did not realize that I was being conditioned to not coming back out into the world. I didn't know that. I didn't know it now. I know it today because I can find every excuse under the moon and the sun why I don't go out with somebody. Yeah. And I come back.
I also have it that part of it is not even just that. We got so used to like being dressed down, not getting all glammed up and going through.
No, not me.
Going through them steps. Like who wants to do all them steps? I don't want to have to get dressed to go outside. I just want to click my heels. I just want to click my heels and be there. That's it.
Charmaine going through the whole thing. Charmaine don't sit in front of the mirror and beating the face for an hour, hour and a half. No, I don't mind. I didn't mind doing those things. I didn't mind. And it was brought to my attention. Kim said to me, my daughter Kim, she said, Ma, you know, you used to dress really, really nice. You was a fly dresser. What's going on with you? You used to always be going out. You're always doing something now. Yeah. And I literally have to, and that's one of the impacts of not having these things in place.
Yeah.
Now I have to do the work and unpack that fear factor. So why am I so comfortable in wanting to be within four walls rather than being out in the world where my energy can be felt, where my purpose, you know, my purpose is healing God's creation from beginning to end. Who can feel that out there in the universe if I'm behind closed doors?
Well, I actually love that you actually just shared and introduced what your purpose is, because I actually, you know, as we start to wind down the time in our 30 minutes together, I would love for you to share how you've also discovered that not only are you an elderly caregiver, but you are a caregiver for those that are from the beginning to end. And before you dive into that, what I would love to like point out to the world is that, you know, we live in a society that has a really hard time accepting death and handling death, because we're not taught to honor that as we begin, we have to end. And I love the fact that you not only care for the elderly, you also care for babies from the time that they are born, like literally come home from the hospital. And, you know, there's this side of my eyes growing up in New Yorker who has seen tons of nannies raising. I know that you're not a nanny. You are a caregiver, and what you bring to the table is just what you shared. I know the relationships that you have with the parents of the babies that you're supporting. Share with the community what it looks like to actually be a caregiver from beginning to end.
Wow. Wow. So, from the beginning, well, let me first say I'm not a caregiver in the beginning. I'm a newborn care specialist. And so my role is mixed. I've done birthing, postpartum, breastfeeding, doula trainings. And so it's my newborn care specialist is wrapped around that energy. And so you asked me a really good question here, Jay. So I go into the home, but I go in to meet the family's needs. So when I go in, when I'm contracted, I will ask mom and dad, what is the ideal thing they're looking for? I want my baby to, be on a nice eating schedule, and I want my baby to be able to sleep, because when I go back out to work, I want baby to be sleeping throughout the night. And so I go in, and that's what I do. I sit with mom, we make our plans. If the doctor says baby has to eat every 2 hours, every 3 hours, do you prefer to breastfeed? Do you want to pump? Do you want to, I do all of these things with mom. And I empower the parents. A lot of parents, which is so strange to me, and because of how I was raised taking care of kids. I'm the eldest granddaughter, the eldest niece. So I find it so strange that now that when I come in, I meet families that don't know how to hold a baby, they don't know how to birth baby, they literally don't know anything about children. And so I'm glad that I have that background where I can come in and I can teach the parents and empower mom, especially with the first 2 weeks after giving birth with postpartum. Those are the 2 weeks that you really want to empower mom and keep your eye on her to make sure that she's not going down that slippery slope of postpartum. And just meeting the family where they are, even though you're behind the scenes orchestrating it, but you're doing it from a place where they think that they are in control, and you let them know that they are in control. At the end of the day, it is their baby, because when you finish with your 4 weeks or your 6 weeks, or if you're there for 12 weeks, when you finish with your assignment and you leave, you're leaving the baby there. So my role is to make sure that baby is well suited for mom and dad's world, not they switch for baby's world, but the baby comes into our world and the baby adjusts into our world.
Perfect. I was just saying, I love that, and seeing where spirit wanted me to go next with the conversation as we start to wind down and wrap up.
And Jamie, I'm a tie in for you. My purpose is healing God's creation from beginning to end. So in the beginning, I get to speak high vibrational, energetic words into these little human beings. Because if we take a look at this world and see how this world is crazy, this world is not just crazy with us adults, it's crazy from our children come up. So I get to speak high vibrational energy into these kids. I don't know what the impact would be, because I don't get to see them after I leave at that assignment. They grow up and they get big. But I'm hopeful that my energy impacts them so much that they come out into this world and they find their purpose as well, and they do well, they do good for humankind. When it comes to the end side of life, that's a sacred moment. That's how I look at it. Look at it as a sacred moment that, yes, this person is transitioning. However, I'm getting an opportunity to make sure that this person leaves this realm in peace. This person knows that they're loved. This person knows that they're healed. And they know that you who taking care of them, you're going to be okay. So I just love both sides, and I get to speak to the person that's transitioning. It's okay. We love you. head on up there, girl. You better make some space up there for me. Bake some croissants for me till I get up there. And then in the beginning of life, I'm pouring into that human being so that human being can find who they are and their purpose in this planet. And I'm complete.
Ashe, I love that. I absolutely love that. It speaks to everything that came up for me about you, knowing you personally, that just what you shared is why I've never considered you a nanny, because nannies are basically like the mothers. In my mind, the nannies that I've seen, the stories that you see when people grow up, they're sometimes even more connected to their nanny than their own moms. And I love that you empower. I love that you, even during Margaret's last days, the empowerment that you gave her with choosing how she wanted to be in those moments. Do you want to hear this music? Would you prefer TV? Making sure that she was as comfortable as possible. Do you need to sit up? Do you need to lay back? You know, the very small things.
Absolutely.
Being a fellow doula, that is one of the things that I learned for myself and really started, and it actually shifted my experience with death and my outlook on death. I had long been working on transforming it, but through my grandmother's transition during COVID, the fact that I had the honor that it was before things hit the fan and they shut everything down, that I was able to be with her. And I was sharing with someone recently that all the work that we do for ourselves, the self-care that we give ourselves, our understanding of how the healing work so that we're not hurting people, the work that we do on ourselves with ourselves prepared me to have a strength that I would have not thought. My grandmother was my best friend. She was my first best friend in this world. And although she was tough and rough, she was my soft spot. So, you know, with that being said, being there with her when she was unintubated, and I don't even know if that's the word used for it, but I'm making that up today, folks, unintubated. That was when they took the tube out of her throat. But getting to clean the stickers from the side of her mouth, she had been intubated for over a week, getting to clean all of that, getting the clean. Intubated, the tube.
Incubated.
No, incubated is when the babies are in the thing.
Oh, it is? So it's intubated.
Intubated. It's a tube because they're tubating. They're giving you a tube down your throat.
You're right. So incubated is in, you're right.
Yeah, the NICU. So when they take the tube out and just getting to, like, you know, clean her up. She had been in the hospital over a week, getting to just, you know, when they're in the hospital and not concerned with all the crust and the different things, they're just managing the breathing and the actual body. They'll, you know, yeah, of course they maintain her here and there, but.
Yeah, but it's not intimate.
It was, and I got to be intimate with her, with my mom on one side of her and me on the other side. And it was the most valuable moment of my life to this moment, outside of giving birth to my son. And it helped me really understand how important that it is for our elders to be cared for in the end of life. So I love that you're out here in the world doing this work. I pray that there's someone out in the community today that was able to receive some nourishment and some gems and some what to do's from this conversation, maybe even some healing and some transforming. And do reach out to Charmaine. Her details will be in the recap for today's session. And if you're looking for a beginning of life person or an end of life person, she is there for you. She no longer caregivers for the elderlies, but as they are transitioning, I'm sure she would be a doula for you. Absolutely. If that's what's needed. So community, Charmaine, thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you, Miss Calendar.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. And what a wonderful contribution for Juneteenth. Thank you so much.
Okay. And one last question. Tell us what Juneteenth means to you.
Wow. Well, for somebody who was not born in America, who was British born with Trinidadian background, what Juneteenth means to me is liberation. Juneteenth means freedom. Juneteenth means togetherness. And it also means a celebration of what we once was, because we're going to be that again. That's how I look at Juneteenth. I don't just look at, yes, they burned down our Wall Street, Black Wall Street. Yes, they destroyed, but I don't just focus on that. I love the fact that now we're recognizing Juneteenth, because where we were then, we are going to be again.
Amen. Amen and ashe.
Shay.
Thank you for that. With that being said, there's nothing else to say.
Nothing else to say other than thank you.
Amen.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me here. My name is Alana Brown, and I am the owner of Brown Sage Design. We started this about 3 years ago, just before COVID, and it was actually based on a Mother's Day contribution that our church was having. We kind of did a spa day for all the ladies in the surrounding housing projects, and we just invited them to church and gave them a complete makeover, and Julie was part of what I contributed to that event. So it was a hit with everyone. They liked it, they posted it, and that's actually where Brown Sage Design was actually launched. And it has been going great ever since. We create handmade jewelry for both men and women. And we cater to the men and women who like to just wear something different, basically out of the ordinary. And we figure that wearing our jewelry would be like the ultimate piece that you add to just complete your outfit. So that's what we kind of aspire at Brown Sage Design. We try to use recyclable material, recyclable beads, as well as our packaging also are recyclable. So we just try to keep it, help to keep our planet going for as long as we can for the next generation. So we have a firm belief in that as well. And we will be online actually on Friday, June 16th. We'll be part of that online summit. So feel free to join us. My website is www.brownsagedesigns.com. You can go there, see what you like, and just join us on Juneteenth. I'm so excited to share all our products with you. This is an exciting time for all our people, and I'm just happy to have this opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NYC. This is a special invitation for you to attend with Juneteenth NY. We're thrilled to announce that this year's celebration promises to be bigger and better than ever before. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with a wide array of exciting performances, delightful vendors, mouth-watering food trucks and vendors, an exclusive fashion show, a rally at Barclays Steps, a free bus ride with health drink tastings. Don't miss that. For those of you with little ones, don't worry, we've got you covered also. Juneteenth NY 2023 is the event for all ages. We'll be featuring a dedicated kids zone so that your young ones can join in on the fun. So why wait? Grab your free tickets. Yes, free. It doesn't cost anything, but we do need you to register so that we can prepare for the amount of people that will be in attendance on the weekend. So we look forward for you to go to our website at www.juneteenthny.com, or you can go to our Instagram at JuneteenthNY, like us, follow us, engage with our page. We love to see you participating. It warms my heart. Trust me, it does. And then go to our link tree and you'll get a direct link to register. This will be a monumental occasion. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you and have a good one.
Hello. My name is DJ Ohimaoyeje of Angel FM Angel TV, representing ABN, Africa and Ghana to be precise. Here is the Elmina Castle. I know we are all observing a special occasion of the Juneteenth, starting 16th to 19th. So I want us to throw light on the history that birthed the Juneteenth celebration all the way from Africa, Ghana, and the Elmina Castle. So let's take you through.
Right, so you welcome to Elmina Castle, probably known. It is St. George's Castle, built by the Portuguese in 1482. The Portuguese were here in 1471. At the time when they were here, they traded with the natives then. But later in 1600, that was when they shifted the attention to human trade or slave trade. With the slavery, the castle was now named or probably known to be dangerous in 1600 with the point of enslaving Africans here. Now, the Portuguese starting the slavery, we're looking at the Dutch, who happened to be here, fought against Portuguese in 1637 and took over the place. They also used the same place here for slavery. They were here for a long time until slavery stopped in 1860 to 1870. When slaves stopped, they also sold this one to the English or the British. And as we talk now, slavery being over, the British ruled the nation. Ghana got independent 6th of March 1957. That was when they also handed everything back to Ghana. So as we talk now, it is in the hands of Ghanaians through the UNESCO's part of it. We're looking at the women who were all divided in terms of the number containing the rooms that we have. That's a capacity aspect. So through that, then we're talking about 90 women who were not here at that time. But do not forget, all the gates that we have there, that we just walk to one of us. Then it was being gated with a metal wire. And also, the floor that we have, this is the original floor. So we'll go to the next one to see the realities of it there. So this place, This happens to be the largest place of the world. Then we are talking about 150 women who were not the other. Now, with the 150 women, do not forget, and I still do it myself, the children here were not counted together with the adults. So, including, we are talking about more than 150 women here at that time. Condition at hand, and as I said earlier, all the gates that we have there was gated with a metal bar. So the gated door that we have, it happened to be the place where ventilation was coming in. The other way around for ventilation to come is out of the small hole that we have over there. And this is what we have the women not. Not only that, we also looking at the other aspects of human nature, unity, vomiting, physics. The women to be talking about the menstrual cycle when it comes to the monthly basis of menstruation. All these things happen in your wife's body. And also, don't forget that whatever the enslaved Africans were being captured, that was the same thing that was used here for 3 months and more. And with respect to what we put on every day, when it comes in contact with wet things like water, sweating aspect of it, it becomes so weak when it is not being dry. So then, we're looking at the women, the men, and that of the children who were found in Daniel's naked. And with their nakedness, this happens to be the original floor that is left on at that time. There was the outbreak of disease and more. Some of them died before the ship even arrived in 3 months' time. So that's what we have the philosophy to remember the soldiers. Let's come. The same water here was used to be washing the women that they were raping or abusing. Through that, up there was where the governor stands when it comes to fountain and collecting of the women. And after being selected, that is when the soldiers took us in to fetch water from here to wash them before they were now taken up to the governor's bedroom through a secret door or a trap door. Let's see from that side, please. Now, so this side, this happens to be the secret door or the trap door leading to the governor's bedroom. So that was where those who meant to be raped had to walk up to the governor's bedroom. Some of them were found pregnant in the time that we have in here. So those who got pregnant, they had a place where they kept those pregnant women until they delivered. But before I go into details in the pregnancy aspect, upon that, when we are talking about the pregnancy symptoms, so that is the woman, they all have different stages of pregnancy symptoms. We're talking about the early aspects, the late aspect of it. Some of them will not even show any symptom at all. By the time you realize she has been birth already. With the aspect of those who were not found at the earlier stage, when we're talking about the symptoms aspect, the probability of being sold out to a merchant is so high. And taking them from here to the new world, it took about 6 weeks or more to get where they were going. And with the point of spending days, weeks, months on board, that's when by chance the symptoms of it start to show up. Now, with the merchant now realized the pregnant women found on board, we had a perception those pregnant women cannot work in a plantation. Through that, whatever that they get to, those women were left there for them to continue. So leaving those pregnant women there, we ought to ask ourselves 2 questions. 1, what food are they going to eat? And also, the security aspect, how is it going to be? So then, there was the high rates of starvation today. And also, wild animals like snakes and other things that killed some of them at the time. Coming back to those who were found at the earlier stage, that they had a clue that it kept them untold delivery. After giving birth, they do have some specific keys. Those children were now separated from their mothers. The mothers were sent back to Nile to be sewed out. And then the children were now here to be trained at the point of them educating them. So this happens to be the next great children. But we're talking about the mulattoes. And as a result of the introduction of the children here, we are now looking at the Europeans who now wiped away the African culture. And then they placed it with the European culture in the country of Ghana, more or less Africa as well. This happens to be the metal ball or the cannonball that they used to punish the women, that they claimed those men refused to go to the government bedroom when we're talking about the raping part of it. And as a result of them punishing them, they had a chain on top of it. And the chain on top of it was used to shackle them. This is very heavy. With the heaviness aspect, they cannot go anywhere. Do not forget about the condition aspect of nature. Raining, as we're observing now, shining too. And we're also talking about day and night. So raining, shining, day and night. We ought to be here for the punishment will open. Yeah. All the items that we have here, the materials, the chains that we have here, it is not part of the slave trade. But in the other way around, it also gives an idea about what happened then. Some students in the early part of 2015, they came here to mimic what's happening at the time. And so what they were doing, these are the materials that they used to cover themselves. They were happening. And the change that we have there was indeed to restrict their movement. And this happens to be the traditional way of lighting up with oil in them, more or less Africa as well. And that was what they used when they were here. They had a ways and means to log the gate at that time. They started 6 in the evening to the next day 6 in the morning. When we came up the next day, this place was mixed up by the students. Urinating, spitting out ground. Some of them had to even eat themselves here as part of what they were doing. The work we do every day, we need to make sure this place is clean. The cleaners came here to wash everything away. But the point is that 3 days getting to 1 week, the scent of it was stored here. So this was to give us the idea about the condition our colleagues went through with the same aspect without being clean for 3 months anymore. Before we go, let's listen. This happens to be the original metal bar that time that was used for the windows and that of the gates. But because most of them are damaged, we have the wood ones here to replace it. Now we ought to ask ourselves a question here. The question is, if we are looking at this in terms of the 21st century, sea breeze making sure metal gets blasted, the question we need to ask ourselves is, what was the original size of this at the time that they brought it from the 14th to 16th century? Happens to be the entrance. It leads to the door of no return. So here, it was purposely meant for the enslaved women who survived in the dungeons at the time that the ship came in for them to be taken to the New World. So right here was where they had to walk down to the ship. Then there was some step down there, but as we talk now, the step is no more. So we are going to use where they kept the men to see Dove Mountain. Now, in this place, this happens to be the point where the enslaved Africans who were being bought by the merchants, here was where they were being branded with hot metal on the chest as a way of naming or identifying them before they took them straight to the ship. Now let's see the door for everything. Yeah, identification. Right, that's one step down. One step down, independence of last factor. And also that's the children. All the enslaved Africans were chained while they went through this door that was seen over there. We're going there very soon. But before we get to see the door of no return right there, this place as we all stand now, then it happens to be the emotional aspect or the affective aspect of it. The reason being the emotional aspect is that this place, it happens to be the only opportunity or the only time where if there were families within or friends, here was where they can or they could see themselves here for the last time before they were taken to a new world. And as a result of seeing your friend, your family person here, we are looking at a psychological aspect, or looking at the base of what is going to happen to them in the other way around. So then, there was the high rate of committing suicide. So we're going to see the door of no return. Take 5 steps before you reach out your head. Now, what we have here, this side, this happens to be the door of no return. Now, with what we've seen over there, with the exception of the metal door which has been restored, whatever thing that we've seen over there happens to be the original side of the transaction. The point is that no matter who the enslaved Africans were, they made sure everybody went to the door that was seen over there. So what they did was, the food that they gave them was only to sustain them. And also, with the condition that they went through, they died for 3 months and more. No matter who they were at that time, they would be able to fit with the door that was seen over there. So then, the sea happened to be closer to the door. By nature, it has receded, and it keeps receding. So they used the small boat to be carrying the enslaved Africans to the Persian. At the point of taking them to the New World, we're now looking at the merchants who had a mindset that taking the enslaved Africans from here to the New World, it happens to be a change of environment. And being a change of environment, the probability of some of them dying on their way home could be high. So if they buy one enslaved African, they had more than that. But the point of getting more, it makes the ship overloaded. So on their way going, if there was shortage of food or anything happening to the ship quickly, some of them were just turned to the sea for them to move on. And also, all the enslaved Africans were chained while they were taking them to a new world. So on their way going, the more they are stopped, the more the ship capsized. The more the ship capsized, there was a twist of this metal key on the hand, the neck, or the leg. Don't forget, this is a skin, so soft. Anything twisted in the metal form, there will be issue of it. And the amazing thing that we're forgetting about is the sea breeze when it comes to metal getting rusted. So this rusted metal on the hand, whilst at the same time get twisted. And the more or less, the infection aspect of this rusted metal. Now the history of slavery, those who died were more than those who survived. So that is the reason we have the flowers, the snacks, and other valuable items brought in mostly by the African Americans as their way of remembering and pouring libation for their soul to rest. Well, welcome to the door of return with a question once again. You have to watch your head when it's coming back. With those two places, it happened to be cells. Now we need to ask ourselves a question. The question is, which is the what happened in that atom? The answer will yet to come out when we get there to do the comparison. Now, with the exception of that place being the cells, all the rooms that we have down here was where the 600 men, excluding the children, were divided to the bottom inside. And the point is that right in the middle, now the museum. Then it happens to be the church. So the church being there, the side by side of the church was where the men were. When the Portuguese were here, they were Catholic. Happened to be Roman Catholic. So that was a Catholic church. Now, in 1637, the Dutch were the second Europeans who fought against Portuguese and took over the place. They also used the same castle for slavery until slavery stopped in 1860 to 1870. That was when they sold this one to the English or the British in 1872. The English used this place for administrative as a point of ruling the nation. When the Dutch were here, they happened to be Protestants who protested against the church. So they now converted the Catholic Church by the Portuguese as their way of auctioning or selling the enslaved Africans in there. That was the slave market. Let's see the science. Now, what we have here, this is written in Old Dutch language. It is written in a memory of a man who died and was buried here. His name is Tet. Now, this man Tet happens to be the last Director General for the West Indies Company. And when we are talking about the West Indies Company, it's one of the biggest companies in line of slavery. Now, he came from Zealand. Currently, we're talking about Zealand in parts of Holland or Netherlands. So what happened is, this man Tet was taking care over the north and south coast of Africa. He first arrived here, that was on 16th of January 1758, and died on 12th March, the same year 1758. When he died here, he happens to be 41 years old. So when he died here, there was a pastor here. His name is A. Andresi, who knew this man there, wrote a tribute about him to be a good man and then God-fearing at a point of slave trade. So going to do comparison here. Yeah, this place, it happened to be the cell that was meant for the European soldiers. The soldiers who went beyond the rules of this place. Some of them got drunk, misbehaved, and a whole lot of it. So anybody who was found culprit, the person was brought here to be punished. But on this side, the punishment being over the way out of this place. The gate that closed happened to be the original metal gate at that time. So just look at the spacing aspect of it, do your own imagination. How well will this place be ventilated at that time? Let's just give it some.
Fire!
buildings over there. Then it happened to be the watchtower for the soldiers for protecting the place. When the British took over, they converted that place to be a prison. What they using some of the great things of Ashanti. We have to great brothers and none of the Ashanti. They were here, but later they exiled them to Seychelles Island, somewhere near Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. The building that we have out there, the height that we have out there, diagram that we have down here. The food escape in the middle, with the shadow of it to show and then where we have the coconut planting, the sea water was coming in. And then the drawbridge over there, the bridge we bridge that one and that one like that. Right, so we saw the church of the Portuguese down there. This place is that of the Dutch Reformed Church. And the point is that beneath the church was where they kept enslaved. Right, so this happens to be the governor's kitchen. Yes. Now, we ought to do some small comparison here. Just look at the floor of the kitchen and that will compare it to the exactly. Do your own analysis.
The kitchen therefore. And the ventilation point in the
check it out. Check it out. Listen. Right, so this is the bedroom or the sleeping room. Let's see this side. One step down.
All these were here.
The lighting system?
Yeah.
No. More or less they use the oil lights.
Yeah.
So this place, this is the living room or the sitting room. And then we have the dining room. Women were being entertained, watching etc. This place, it is the boardroom or a conference room. Should there be any discussion, this is where we do it. As we talk now, it's a place for exhibition of paintings. If you have a quick look, you can do so. You won't need that. Right? Let's see this side too. Let's see this side. Interesting. And then this place, this is where the governor stands when it comes to any command or anything information down there. Yes. And I was supposed to be seeing the Cape Coast Castle from the last point of the sea. Just looks true. It looks too much cloudy today. So you can see it inside. And I will be wishing you a safe journey to destination. Do the rest for this. Yeah. So if you want to have a look at the shop to place, you can have.
Greetings, family. My name is Catherine Ann Mbali Green Johnson. I'm the daughter of Sarah, who is the daughter of Annie, who is the daughter of Josephine, and who is the daughter of Lucinda. I say their names to honor my maternal line as we begin to talk about the legacy of our people and their unacknowledged contributions to the wealth and wholeness of this country. My life's purpose is to manifest resources in abundance for creative communities across the African diaspora. I do this work as a cultural curator, an artist, as an arts administrator, and as a community advocate. And today, I invite you into a deeper aspect of my life's work, which is the title of today's presentation, Reparations, A Path to Healing. Understanding the historical context of systemic racism, systemic oppression, and racial injustice is crucial for comprehending the case for reparations. It provides a lens through which we can recognize the deep-rooted and long-lasting effects of past atrocities on marginalized communities. By acknowledging the historical context, we gain insight into the intergenerational trauma, economic disparities, and social inequities that persist today. Examining the historical context allows us to understand how racism and has systemically disadvantaged African Americans and perpetuated cycles of poverty, limited access to education and healthcare, and hindered wealth accumulation. It reveals the deliberate policies and practices such as slavery, Jim Crow laws, redlining, and mass incarceration that have disproportionately affected African Americans and contributed to their ongoing marginalization. Moreover, comprehending the historical context helps us to recognize that the injustices inflicted upon African Americans were not isolated incidents, but rather well-calculated forms of oppression. It highlights the intentional barriers that have hindered progress and denied opportunities for advancement. Understanding this history provides a moral and ethical imperative for reparations. It allows us to recognize that the effects of past wrongs are not simply remnants of the past, but they continue to shape the present realities and lived experiences of African Americans. Reparations in this context can be seen as a necessary step towards addressing historical injustices, rectifying systemic imbalances, and fostering a more equitable society. By understanding the historical context, we gain a deeper appreciation of the urgency and necessity of reparations. It challenges us to confront the uncomfortable truths of our past and take responsibility for the ongoing consequences. Ultimately, this understanding serves as a catalyst for change and fuels the fight for reparations as a means to achieve justice, equality, and healing for African American communities. In this next slide, before we begin, I want to ground us in this beautiful poem. This poem is an invitation to a brave space written by Mickey Scott Page Jones. I use this poem in my presentations to help to ground us because there will be some hard things that we hear. There may be some triggering effects. So we want to make sure that we are approaching this conversation as in a brave way. And so the poem goes as such. Together we will create brave space because there is no such thing as a safe space. We exist in a world, a real world. We carry scars and we have all caused wounds. In this space, we seek to turn down the volume of the outside world. We amplify voices that fight to be heard elsewhere. We call each other to more truth and love. We have the right to start somewhere and to continue to grow. We have the responsibility to examine what we think we know. We will not be perfect. It will not always be what we wish it to be, but it will be our brave space together, and we will work on it side by side. Next up in our grounding exercise before we get into all of the details for the day is a deep look into the writings by Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde's book, The Master's Tools Will Never Dismantle the Master's House, challenges us to critically examine the systems and structures that have perpetuated inequality and injustice. It urges us to consider alternative approaches in our fight for reparations. Lord emphasizes that the need to avoid replicating oppressive methods when seeking liberation. We must be mindful of the tools we use to dismantle the systems of oppression that have marginalized African Americans. Let's weave Lord's ideas into our presentation today by highlighting the importance of intersectionality and inclusivity. We need to recognize that reparations encompass not only monetary compensation, but also the dismantling of systemic racism and the creation of inclusive spaces for marginalized voices. Lord also challenges us to go beyond the traditional methods of seeking justice. We need to incorporate her insights to emphasize the importance of amplifying marginalized voices, centering lived experiences, and embracing diverse perspectives within the reparations movement. And let's not forget her call for coalition building and solidarity. We should emphasize the need to collaborate between communities and movements, recognizing that our collective liberation is interconnected. Lord's work reminds us that to truly dismantle oppressive systems, we must challenge the very foundations on which they were built. Her words will guide us in presenting reparations as a transformative movement, advocating for systemic change, and promoting healing and justice for African diasporic communities. Now, let's define reparations. What does it mean? What is it? Here you see on your screen the Webster's Dictionary definition of reparations. It is the making of amends for a wrong one has done. Simple. It's by paying money to or otherwise helping those who have been wronged. Very quick and simple. For our definition, as defined by NCOBRA, we are designing what it means for us. And so it means to us a process of repairing, healing, and restoring a people injured because of their group identity and in violation of fundamental human rights by governments, corporations, institutions, and families. Those groups have those groups that have been injured have the right to obtain a form of the government, corporation, institution, or families responsible for the injuries that which they need repair to heal themselves. In addition to being a demand for justice, it is a principle of international human rights law. This is as defined by the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, NCOBRA. NCOBRA is a mass-based organization for the sole purpose of obtaining reparations for African descendants in the United States. Their founding meeting in September 26 of 1987 was convened with the sole purpose of broadening the base of support for the long-standing reparations movement. We are very excited to share this information with you. Please continue to research NCOBRA and stay involved in their processes. Next, I invite you all to journal with us, to answer a few questions for yourself that you can reflect back to. Does not matter what station in life you are, does not matter what race you are, we can all reflect on these few questions, answer one of them or all of them. But I ask that you journal on this. Number one, why are reparations needed for people of African descent? 2, what does reparations mean to you and your family? 3, how has slavery impacted you and your family? 4, who needs to be involved in these conversations? And 5, what does solidarity mean to you as we talk about this topic? Next, we are going to go into defining how we know it's reparations and not something else. So I'm going to be very clear with these 5 definitions as described by the Movement for Black Lives. Reparations are an official acknowledgement an apology for harm, public education or memorial about the harm, and compensation to a specific defined group of individuals harmed by a violation, including descendants, as well as family and community members of individuals directly targeted for harm who were adversely affected, and action to restore individuals harmed to the position they were in before the initial harm occurred, and changes to laws, institutions, and systems that aimed to ensure that harm will not happen again. Next, we talk about our National African American Reparations Commission, NARC, another organization that was formed to help galvanize community and fight for reparations as a whole. NARC was established in April of 2015, and it is comprised of a group of distinguished professionals from across the country with outstanding accomplishments in the fields of law and medicine, journalism, academia, history, civil rights, and social justice advocacy. Here, they're all united in a common commitment to fight for reparatory justice, compensation, and restoration of African American communities that were plundered by the historical crimes of slavery, segregation, and colonialism, and that continue to be victimized by the legacies of slavery and apartheid. Here you see the 10-point strategy plan that was developed by the National African American Reparations Committee. You see here, I won't go into all of them for the sake of time, but you can also research this on your own. But in the 10-point plan, you see an apology in Ma'afa Institute, repatriation or rights of repatriation to returning to the countries of our origins as we still find them, land, the right to land for social and economic development, funds for cooperative enterprises and socially responsible and entrepreneurial development, health and wellness resources, education, housing and wealth generation, information and comms infrastructures, and lastly, criminal justice system reform and sacred sites and monuments. Next, the next institution we're going to look at is the African American Redress Networks. AARN supports organizations on the grassroots, regional, and state levels in promoting reparations. This group has come together to document and help support local grassroots organizers who sue their local municipalities on human rights violations experienced by slavery. Their work addresses the United States historical racial injustices by facilitating interdisciplinary research, capacity building, education, and advocacy. As you can see here, some of the human rights violations that these townships across the country have been able to successfully sue towards are slavery, historical misrepresentation, race riots, death penalty, theft of labor, lynchings, murders, mass incarceration, medical experimentation, massacres, segregation, wrongful incrimination and execution, and police brutality. This group, which was founded by Justin Hansford out of Howard University's Thurgood Marshall Center for Peace and Justice. One of the case studies that the African American Redress Network puts into our purview is the case of Evanston, Illinois. In Evanston, under former Alderwoman Robin Ruth Simmons' leadership, Evanston became the first city in the United States to pass a reparations resolution in 2019 for Black residents whose families were affected by research found in their local clerk's office, where multiple instances of racial housing discrimination cases were uncovered that were perpetuated by the city of Evanston. It was found in this investigation that in the 1920s, elected officials began approving permit applications to move homes to the Fifth Ward. Most of those homes were owned by Black families. By the 1930s, the United States federal government convened the Homeowners Loan Corporation, HOLC, which brought together mortgage lenders, developers, and real estate professionals across the country to design color-coded maps designating the creditworthiness of certain neighborhoods. This process is called redlining. This now redlined community was labeled as hazardous and subsequently denied FHA mortgages. Due to this calculated segregation process, the neighborhood that Black people now were forced to live in was disinvested and stripped of neighborhood schools, infrastructural resources, and access to quality health care, to name a few. By 1940, 84% of African American households in Evanston were located within the Fifth Ward. And today, the Fifth Ward remains racially segregated. As an effort to repair this harmful act, in March 2021, African American Redress Network pledged legal support to the reparations efforts in Evanston, Illinois. The city council here was preparing to vote on a local reparations restorative housing program, and resulted in the city council voting 8-1 on March 21st of 2021 to approve the reparations program. This resulted in qualifying households being awarded $25,000, up to $25,000 for down payments or home repairs. Despite the approval by the city council, this ordinance is being threatened with legal challenges. Despite that, in April of this year, 2023, the Reparations Committee unanimously recommended the inclusion of a fourth option for beneficiaries receiving payment through the housing program. They are now eligible for direct cash payments to beneficiaries who qualify. This is one step at providing reparations to those who are affected by housing discrimination. The African American Redress Network continues to work with the city of Evanston to create a path to Black wealth generation over the next 20 years. Now, we want to take a really close look at reparations processes happening across the country, across the African diaspora. From Asheville, North Carolina, Detroit, Michigan, St. Louis, Missouri, Amherst, Massachusetts, and Boston, Massachusetts, cities across the country are trying to repair harms caused by institutional racism. In San Francisco, a reparations committee is seeking payments proposed of $5 million to every eligible Black resident. A final report that includes board feedback is due out this month, and according to San Francisco African American Advisory Committee, it looks pretty good as it comes to the recommendations here. This imperative is growing across the country. In this map, you can see across the United States commissions and task force that are forming in the states of New York, New Jersey, California, Washington, D.C., and many others that are being inspired to join the effort daily. Here we see a recent highlight in a longstanding movement for reparations in the Caribbean. Labor leader Clive Lewis has called on the UK government to enter negotiations with Caribbean leaders on paying reparations for Britain's role in slavery following a historic announcement by the Trevelyan family. In his advocacy effort, he pointed to the recent announcement by the Trevelyans, an aristocratic British family who made history by traveling to the Caribbean to publicly apologize for the ownership of more than 1,000 enslaved Africans and committed to paying reparations. Lewis states in this article, they did what no British government has ever done before. They apologized for their ancestors' part in the exploitation of the 1,000 slaves they own on 6 plantations. He then goes on to say, They acknowledge the financial and cultural advantage that this generated for them and urge the British government, as I will today, to enter into meaningful negotiations with the government of the Caribbean in order to make appropriate reparations. Lewis also added that the announcements by the Trevelyan family had opened the door for this debate just a little wider. Next up, you see a global effort for the reparations movement. There was a conference held in Accra, Ghana, and keynoted by President of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa. As you can see, my dog is very excited about this incredible movement across the country. So I hope you enjoy her 2 cents in this topic. For the Accra delegation highlights the legacies of the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and ongoing harms. It calls for the United Nations Permanent Forum on the People of African Descent to convene on a global summit for former colonial powers on the issues of reparations. And it calls for the development of prosperous economies through reformation of global systems and structures, and the return of stolen artifacts. It also calls the United Nations to extend the United Nations Decade for People of African Descent and for a process of acknowledgement and healing for the roles that both Europe and Africans played in the transatlantic slave trade. Next, I want us to all understand the opposition here. So, as we take a look as where we stand in this country, in the United States, you see the sentiments on reparations across the country. Unfortunately, only 30% of adult Americans support reparations. Of that 30%, who believe in redress, 77% are African Americans, compared with 18% being white Americans. However, family, we should not let that dismay this fight moving forward. As you can see here, the racial wealth gap in this country is wide and broad. The median household net worth by race in education, as stated in this form, for white households post-college, is averaging around $455,000 per household, as compared to $141,000 for a Black American household. We cannot wait. We cannot sit back and allow for the opposition to overcloud our judgment in pushing forward for reparations. We must be able to compete, and we must be able to get ahead in this world. And reparations is a path forward. So just to arm you with some of the conversations around the opposition to redress, you'll see things, I come across many conversations around the country will fail if we do this, because they owe us so much money. Reparations will be more divisive for an already polarized community. Many things are said in opposition, but I want you to be clear in where those comments are rooted in. This opposition to redress is linked directly to the maintenance of white supremacy in at least 2 critical ways: the failure of education regarding our nation's history and the willful misperceptions of the existence of the wealth gap, its size, and the federal government's role in its preservation. The information that I'm providing to you in this presentation and the subsequent slides that follow unabashedly strikes down the most common misconceptions about reparations. So please take notes so that you're armed with knowledge when you're when there's a conversation that bump up against this concept of us as a people moving forward for healing. In the next slide, you're going to see a short video on how this can be achieved and precedents across the country.
Calls for racial justice and equality are growing louder in America. With those calls comes a renewed interest in reparations. Reparations are the act of making amends to someone or a group of people who have been wronged. Germany paid billions of dollars in reparations to Holocaust victims or their families and to Israel after the Nazi atrocities of World War II. And in 1988, the U.S. paid more than 80,000 Japanese Americans who were held in internment camps during World War II. They each got $20,000. But African Americans have never gotten reparations for their 246 years of slavery. Lawmakers have introduced bills in Congress to study reparations and whether it's possible, but most have never gotten very far. In 2008, the House of Representatives issued an apology for slavery. And in 2019, bills to study and develop a proposal for reparations were introduced into both houses of Congress. But the legislation languished. Recently, there's been renewed interest, like the Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act, which the Maryland General Assembly is considering. The Brookings Institution says it could be a possible blueprint to what reparations could look like for Black Americans. Under this act, the descendants of slaves in Maryland could receive the following repayments. Tracing the descendants of slaves will be one major challenge. Unlike victims of the Holocaust and Japanese internment camps, there are not a lot of paper trails for the descendants of slavery. The census didn't count Black Americans until 1870, and unlike immigrant groups who have their history documented at Ellis Island, there's no central historical database for the descendants of slaves.
So as you can see, family, there are many, many ways in which there were precedents set for reparations. There are ways forward. Most of those movements that you saw in that video had lots of opposition. However, they moved forward because it was the right thing to do. You saw that in Germany in 1952, the German government paid $822 million to Holocaust survivors, and many other examples. And then also in the United States, under the Obama administration, more recently, $25 million in 2015 was dedicated to Holocaust survivors from the United States government as well. It can be done. And this is how it can be done. We need your help. So our call to action for you as a community, we have a huge campaign for Juneteenth and the reparations movement. Week 1 focuses on the basics for reparations. Week 2, there's teachings, there are all sorts of things that you can get involved with. You can visit the Movement for Black Lives at the website you see listed on today's presentation. So you can educate yourself and arm yourself in ways in which you can get involved in this fight. You can also visit my website. I've done 4 episodes interviewing many of the people I mentioned in today's presentation, such as Justin Hansford from the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center at Howard University, as well as former Alderwoman Robin Ruth Simmons for her work in Evanston, Illinois. So please visit the website to arm yourself with that knowledge and watch the interviews so you can learn more. And then we also have here, you can join me as I kick off my monthly podcast series titled The Art of Reparations, Conversations on Art, Activism, and Reparations for African Diasporic Communities across the globe. You can register at katherinembali.com to join in the conversations. We kick off these conversations on June 19th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you there. And family, before we leave today, I thank you so much for your time and energy. And I want to leave with just a beautiful song sung by Ayanna Gregory, who is the daughter of Dick Gregory, our beautiful leader, who has passed on, but left us with lots of wisdom and knowledge and fortitude towards this fight. And so Ayanna will end us today with a beautiful rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing, not just in English, but in Kiswahili. May this song heal you. May it be a contribution into your advocacy efforts. I thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you all in the future. Good night.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the heart sang a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on until victory is won. Nkosi sikeleli Africa, malupa kanyisu ponduluayo, izwa imitandazo yetu. Nkosi sikelela tina lusapulwayo, woza moya, woza moya, woza moya, woza moya, woza moya. Oh, yingwele usisikelela tina lusapulwayo.
Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NY. Thank you yet again for helping us to have such a successful year. We are celebrating our 14th year of Jubilee. Yes. We work very hard to bring you activities and programming that we hope will enrich your soul and change the narrative of our sometimes limiting beliefs about our culture. I want to say thank you to all of our presenters, including our sponsors, Visa and Live One New York, to our amazing, amazing summit team, Kimberly, Chantel, Vic, Maddie, and Jamie, our host. We could not do any of this without your help. Please enjoy the rest of this weekend's activities with discounted rides from Drivers Cooperative to all of our events. The rest of our events continue on Saturday at Gershwin Linden Park, starting at 11 o'clock a.m. and going until 6 p.m., where we will have our Family Day activities. We will have vendors, we will have food trucks, we will have activities on the stage, we will have a children's court, we'll even have Microsoft who will be doing some activations for you. So definitely come out, enjoy our Kids Corner with the Brooklyn Nets doing clinics on the basketball court and arts and crafts on the field. On Sunday, we will be at Prospect Park, where we will be enjoying some amazing activities. That is so. Join us on Saturday at Gershwin, aka Linden Park in East New York, Brooklyn, where we would love to have you join us on Saturday at Gershwin Park, where we will have our community day. We'll have community vendors. We will have regular vendors selling wares and trinkets for you to be able to purchase. We will have performances on our stage, and we have this amazing kids zone that you do not want to miss. Brooklyn Nets and the New York Liberty will be doing basketball clinics, and we will have a whole kids area with arts and crafts, books from Brooklyn Book Bodega. United from Brownsville will be doing arts and crafts programs with WNET PBS Kids. So you do not want to miss out on Saturday. On Sunday, even better, everybody say Sunday. Sunday, come out. We're starting off the day with a rally at 9 a.m. with our fathers. And we definitely want to celebrate and honor our fathers because it's Father's Day. So we're going to start off the day with a nice rally. If you join us at 9, you'll get a nice bag from one of our partners, Dad Gang. They are going to be giving out bags for those who register. So please go on their website to register and follow us on our chat, Juneteenth NY, and be able to connect with them. But anyway, going back to that, we will be doing the march. From the march, we'll be going to the Nethermead area of the park, where we will have our fashion show in concert. We are excited about this year's lineup, and we hope that you will be too. Our headliner for this year is Yazara, and she is amazing. I love that we are able to celebrate each other and celebrate all that is about our Blackness for this weekend. So definitely follow us, continue to stay on our Instagram, which is Juneteenth NY. And we look forward to seeing you throughout the year, because Juneteenth is not just on June 19th, but it is every day. We are a part of the full culture of America, not just a day or a month or a couple of days in a year. We are the full fabric of what Juneteenth stands for in America. So celebrate your Jubilee, celebrate your 4th of July with us next year. See you then. Bye.
All right, community. So we have had a full, wonderful day of information and just nurture and nourishment for our community. I hope that you all enjoyed it. Some of it was heavy, some of it was informative, But what was heavy, I would like for us to take a moment to release and cleanse. This is our wrap up for today. And what I would like for us all to take a moment to do is release something that may be heavy on you from today's session. You're welcome to drop it in the chat box. I'll share that what I'm releasing today is a little bit of sadness, and just trepidation for where our future is going. And what I would love to put in place for that is faith, number one. Number two, reminding myself that as long as I continue to show up and do the work, that there's movement being made. And also, I'll share that when I get off of this call, I'll be taking a moment to sage myself or use a little Palo Santo. For those of you who are not familiar, that is a cleansing, a method of cleansing in the spiritual community where we just take sage or a little Palo Santo and you burn it and you just allow yourself to get clear and get grounded. So I hope that with all of that being said, that you guys were able to release and put something in place in order to move forward and to do the work and show up. And thank you so much for being with us today. And I'll see you next year, same time, same place. Ashe and amen.